day 31 of the war in Iran, and we are not seeing, unfortunately, that much improvement. Well, I should be specific about it. On the military side, we are devastating the state of Iran. Israel and America have absolute supremacy and can do whatever they desire to do. The reason why things are not improving is because we are not choosing to actually do something proper when it comes to Iran. More people later on. By the way, let me know if my camera is going out just for you, or also for you, or it's just on my side because it seems to be going out or something. But yeah, one thing that we'll start off with today is Donald Trump, specifically some of his statements. So we will go to that in a second. Okay, people are saying the stream is glitching. Let's hope. Um, well, let me know how is it right now. I'm gonna see if I can do a few things to change it around. Um, but yeah, okay. Somebody says it seems fine. All right, let's hope. Okay, maybe it was some starting glitches. So let's go to Trump. Specifically, we'll start with his Truth Social that mainly inspired the title of this episode. So this is Trump on Truth Social. This was today. The United States of America is in serious discussions with a new and more reasonable regime to end our military operations in Iran. Great progress has been made, but if for any reason a deal is not shortly reached, which it probably will be, and if the Hormuz Strait is not immediately opened for business, we will conclude our lovely stay in Iran by blowing up and completely obliterating all of their electric generating plants, oil wells, and Kark Island, and possibly all desalination plants, which we have purposefully not yet touched. This will be in retribution for our many soldiers and others that Iran has butchered and killed over the old regime's 47 reign of terror. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. So there's many things wrong with this. What is this new unreasonable regime? This regime is still launching rockets to Israel. Still, just today, literally just today, there was a Iranian missile shot down by NATO air defenses over Turkish airspace. There's been debris from intercepted missiles struck the Bazan oil refinery in Haifa, hitting a fuel tanker and damaging a nearby roof. And Iranian drones hit a power plant and desalination plant in Kuwait, causing damage to buildings and killed one worker. So this is like, we're still at war, by the way. This is still happening. This is the same regime. The same is still sending missiles. Sometimes don't say it. This is still happening. We have a super chat from Jonathan. Thank you so much. Great progress has been made, but if for any reason deal is not shortly reached, which it probably will be. So again, I don't know where exactly are on this. Technically, Iran had until like April 4th, I think, to make some sort of a deal. Although I don't even know if that was lengthened. So maybe that's what he's referring to. And he says probably will be. And if Hormuz Strait is not immediately open for business, we will conclude. And again, this like we will conclude our lovely stay. What do you mean conclude? Where are you going? Nothing has been achieved here. Nothing. Or okay, shouldn't be as harsh. Some things were achieved. We did a lot of damage to Iran. But the fundamental thing of eliminating the threat of Iran, that has not changed. What do you mean conclude your stay? And also, what does it mean? So if there is a deal, but it's not soon enough, we will then... Why are we blowing up these things? Why would we blow these things up and then just leave? Why not like go fully in? Or already do this? Why are we not attacking this already? What are we waiting for? Again, even when it comes to Karg Island, just destroy it. You don't have to occupy it. I don't think there's any necessary reason to do so. Just destroy it. Remove the ability of Iranian regime to be a threat to us. And then he says, which we have purposefully not yet touched. This will be retribution for our many soldiers and others that Iran has butchered and killed over the old regime's 47-year reign of terror. Again, this reign of terror is not ending. It's still here. We haven't achieved the fundamental goals of this war, which again should be removing the Iranian threat. Now, regime change can be part of it, if it helps. But it's not the end-all be-all, and it's especially not the end-all be-all if what you mean by regime change is simply you killed the current guy in charge, and the other guy in charge just replaced him. Bonnie in the chat says, because he wants to make a deal, that is his goal, his win. And that's the thing, right? Like, if you just want a deal, why did you get away from the last deal? Why even get out of Obama's deal if that's all you want? If some deal is all you want. And if your problem with Obama's deal was that they were cheating or they were still enriching uranium or whatever it is, well, how are you going to ensure the same thing won't happen here? What mechanism can you put in place to make sure Iran won't enrich uranium? Outside of, being able to be there, being able to be in Iran, being able to ensure that. What if they keep enriching it? What we'll get sanctions on them? That's it. Like, they already have sanctions on them. I don't know how much more you can give. Although now they are getting sanctions relief because we are allowing, or rather, we are taking it as a good deal that Iran allows some Pakistani oil tankers to go through. And that is something they are giving us, right? So, again, I'm just struggling to understand what really is the goal here. What really are we trying to achieve? So this was Trump on Truth Social specifically, but we do have a... I think this is... I think this might be even breaking. Let me check on Truth Social if we posted it there, because I see something in the news right now. So let me just see if he posted it anywhere. Doesn't look from 20 minutes ago. Trump says a response for Iran attacking Israel's biggest oil refinery coming shortly. POTUS vows a response as Iran widens strikes on regional energy infrastructure, including the Bazan refinery in Haifa Bay, says Washington would soon learn whether Iranian parliament speaker Ghalibaf was open to engagement. US President Donald Trump warned Monday that the response to Iran's strike on Israel's largest oil refinery in Haifa was coming shortly as Tehran broadened attacks on regional infrastructure. Why do I have the same line in this? Fragments from an intercept. We mentioned this news earlier today. Fragments from an intercepted Iranian missile hit the Bazan oil refinery complex in Haifa Bay earlier Monday, striking a gasoline storage tank and an industrial building and sparking a fire that sent thick smokes into air before firefighters brought the blaze under control. In a filing to the Tel Aviv Stock Exchange, Bazan said that the strike caused what it described as non-material damage, limited to the roof of distillates tank, and that no casualties were reported. The company added that all production facilities were still operating at the time of the filing. Energy Minister Eli Cohen said there were no casualties at the site, the production facilities were not hit, and that Israel's fuel supply would not be disrupted. So we're getting just a lot of... Okay, speaking with the New York Post in an interview, Trump also signaled that Washington would soon determine whether Iranian Parliament Speaker Mohammad Bagher Khalibaf was prepared to engage with the United States. I thought we are already talking to them. I thought the whole thing is that we are already talking to Iran, right? And that Iran is denying. So again, like, people sometimes say, like, Trump lies as if, you know, all politicians lie. But there is, like, a difference between, you know, maybe being a bit obtuse or not really answering some questions or something, or like straight up lying. Like, this is a simple question, right? Are we talking to Iran or are we not talking to Iran? Trump says, yes, we are talking to Iran. Now he says, we will determine if they are willing to engage with us. So again, I just don't understand what's going on. And I don't think anybody understands what is actually going on. Are we fighting this war or are we trying to get out? This is important for me towards supporting Trump. If he is still fighting the war, I want him to continue. I support him in that regard. If he wants to end it, I do not support that, and I want him to get out of the office rather than get out of this war. Although I don't even want that, because J.D. Vance, especially recently, has been pushing towards shutting down this war, toward basically submitting. And just a few... Trump also threatened further action against Iran's energy infrastructure, saying Washington could strike the Islamic Republic's power plants, oil wells, and Kag Island. Well, yeah, we read that on his Truth Social. Let me look at the chat. Bonnie says, I watched his, when would this be, 8th of May 2018 announcement of leaving the JCPOA. I was shockingly better than anything from his now. He had actual advisors then, was determined to end the nuclear terrorist threat from Iran. I mean, he has advisors now. I think, I mean, there's a question if he has like actual advisors. He has advisors. I don't know if those advisors necessarily have the, or at least some of them have necessarily the best understanding of what America should do in this conflict. Trump don't get his way, he's gonna blow off everything, he's a little baby. I mean, in a sense, I wish. Well, no, it's not about blowing up everything, it's about having, and it's not about getting his way, because again, the goal shouldn't be to get some sort of a deal with Iran. We should try to eliminate the whole problem of Iranian state, of the Iranian threat. Somebody says we're trying to confuse the opponent. Who's the opponent? The American people? because that's who is like confused, or even like general international community. Nobody like, maybe some people know. And again, what are you trying to confuse them about? You know we can blow them up, right? We can blow up the Iran. We can blow up those. What did he say? Power plants, oil wells in Kark Island. We can blow that up. They don't have to be confused about that. They don't have to be confused for us to be able to blow them up. I don't like, even for the people who say like for the chairs or whatever, right? Like I cannot even find what can you get out of this. Like, what is the actual benefit? What are we confusing them about? Somebody says both things can be true. It could be different people. Trump talks to A while B thinks they are in power in the Islamic Republic and deny everything about talks. Well, yeah, but there's a truth about who is in power. Like, who is he talking to? I think the parliament speaker was the person who was brought up most often, and they just mentioned. I mean, Trump just mentioned him. So maybe that's what he means. This is the person we will be talking to now, or this is the person we are like going to engage with now. But then my question is, okay, who were you talking to before? And I don't think we ever got like an official answer of who the Trump administration was talking to in the Iranian state. And even then you would need some sort of a military takeover or some sort of a coup of the people you are talking to towards the people that are actually in power. Unless the world is bamboozled about who is in power in Iran. But then again, whoever is in power, they are still sending missiles into Israel and surrounding countries. Somebody says we don't know how coordinated RGC are. I mean, I think that can be true. I think definitely the chain of command. I don't think it would be unreasonable to say a lot of the chain of command is broken, and that there might be a lot of independent actions even when it comes to attacks coming. But even then, are we about to say? But that was the goal, right? The goal of the IRGC command structure, or rather the autonomy, was so that strikes would continue even when leadership gets decapitated. So that was the goal from the onset. Why would we believe that that is not the desire of even the current leadership? Like, let's say, I mean, it's hard to even say who is really the leader of Iran right now, but let's say whoever it is, do you think they don't want Iran to attack Israel or other countries? Let's say even they don't have contact to like specific people that are launching these missiles. Do you think they don't want them to launch them? Bonnie says, in wars past, would any leader say, I'm talks with unknown? My history doesn't go that far. And again, it'll be hard to say because it's different of negotiations are real, then I would assume we would have information, we would have like declassified, we would have like declassifications of what exactly happened, right? So either we would know, or later we would know that Trump talked to somebody specific and they just didn't mention it, or this whole negotiation was like fake, like it wasn't actually happening. Bonnie says, so how can we have real talks with nobody's really in control? I hate living in a world where nothing is real. Um, I mean, somebody's in control. Uh, you'll always have a head of state or somebody making the decisions, right? I mean, right now, technically, it is Mojtaba Khomeini. We just don't know exactly what is the state of him. But because of the way this war is waged, the whole goal is of IRGC to be really independent or to be really autonomous when it comes to the actual thing the attack they do. Somebody says he's in a coma, missing a leg. I mean, I've seen people talking about that. I don't know how real. So I don't wanna.
You're frozen.
Hey, Stuart, are you here?
I'm here. You were frozen.
Yeah, I'm wondering if my. Oh, I think it might be my internet. Okay, I can do something to fix it in a bit. But Stuart, any thoughts on? Well, specifically, we talked about. Trying to find. We talked about this. Have you seen this?
No. Let me take a look at it. I mean, I'm just skimming it here, but
Okay.
this.
Yeah. Give us your thoughts, and I'll be back in like less than a minute.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it seems like every day Trump comes up with a new story about what's happening and who we're talking to and who's in charge in Iran. And uh, this administration, unfortunately, is just completely, and I mean, the US administration is just not a reliable source on anything. I think the idea that there's a new and more reasonable regime in charge um, is frankly ridiculous. You could argue that there's not one person in charge. That is plausible, and maybe some are more reasonable than others. But the idea that the regime as a whole is suddenly more reasonable, I don't see any evidence for that. That seems like something that, like many of the conversations that he's supposedly having with the Iranians, I think it's all in Trump's head. I I don't see any evidence of that.
Yeah. I mean, again, this is such a weird. In a sense, I wish I was. Well, maybe I don't wish. I was
Oh, you froze again.
to see. Am I like keep cutting out?
Yeah, you're for me anyway. I'm not. I see with the maybe it's my end, but yeah.
Stuart, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening. It keeps. I'll have to check my internet provider real quick. But we are actually joined by Alex, so
Oh,
it's
hi,
great to see
Alex.
her as well.
Hey.
Well, I guess since we have you here, Alex, do you have any thoughts on the recent or one of the recent Truth Socials from Trump? Have you read this one?
He's very funny sometimes, like this. I don't know. I don't know really what to say about it. It's sort of, yeah, I don't know. I think actually, this was Ronald Reagan used to do a lot of this. I think like he also had this kind of like, what Ronald are you going to get today? Like, I'm super crazy. Remember he was doing this whole like space Star Wars thing. You remember that, right? And it's actually Gordievsky, the defector from the KGB, who said to Margaret Thatcher, like, because he was an insider, right, in the regime. He was like, you're really freaking out, Gorbachev. Like, he's really on edge. He's really taking what you're saying about Star Wars very seriously. Like, tone it down, you know? So it kind of reminds me a little bit of that, but I don't really know. Like, he says so much. It's like, you know, maybe we're going to make a deal. Maybe we're going to quit. Maybe we're going to be up and down. And one side of it says, maybe that's what you need to do, because you have an enemy in front of you. Maybe you want them to feel that you're unpredictable. You're crazy. You're on a knife's edge. You'll go any way the wind blows. Like, you know, it's also a tactic. It's very destabilizing for everybody, including us.
If this were just something new behavior since the war, you could say, oh yeah, maybe. I mean, this is Trump's MO from, you know, the day he came up that escalator. This is him. This is his personality. So I don't think we can really call it a tactic.
Yeah. No, I mean, in this specific situation, I can see like a way in which, like, to be on the other end of that must be quite destabilizing.
It must be nerve-wracking. Yeah.
It must be very nerve-wracking.
Living in the country that he's in charge of. So yeah.
No, I get it. I'm okay. Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, like, I'm not meaning to belittle it. I'm just saying, if you're an enemy of Trump, I can imagine that's pretty scary, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, but do you know what else is like nerve-wracking? Like actually getting bombed. Like, and that's my like big thing. Like,
I wouldn't know anything about that, Daniel.
Well, but that's my like actual thing. Like, why? And people who even like people who say like 4D chess or whatever. Like, I still don't understand why do we need to do that to Iran? Like, why can't we just like he is talking here about potentially bombing electric generating plants, oil wells, and Kyrk Island. He also says it on the way out, and it's like, well, why can we do that now? Especially if we are just going to do it for funsies when we leave. Like, that's my thing. It's always like, I just don't understand. Like, in a sense, I don't understand how much of this is like you say, just like rhetoric, just like stuff to say for fun, and how much is this real? Because even like when he says we are talking to the regime, well, like, are we actually, or is this also? Because like Iran denies it, and apparently Trump now said that they'll know if the parliament speaker confirms the talks. I thought that's who we are talking to. And now we're just going to get a confirmation if we are going to talk?
I don't know.
Maybe you probably don't have answers.
Nobody knows.
No one knows. Yeah, no one knows.
I mean, Trump literally makes stuff up just on the fly. So it's, you know, everything he says is a mix of imagination and, you know, what he thinks the base wants to hear, and, you know, whatever whim comes into his head. He's a whim-driven person, and it's terrifying. I'm sure it's terrifying for his enemy, but it's really terrifying for this country. Who knows what he's going to do and what trouble he's going to get us into, and you know, it's just really a shame that this war that is a just war in you know, in all essential moral aspects, is being run by a child. You know, this is a serious world issue. This has repercussions for not just the region, but for the planet for, you know, decades to come. And, you know, he's talking about, oh yeah, maybe we'll bomb just for funsies. You know, it's like, yeah, it's really very disheartening that this is who is prosecuting this war. Hopefully, and almost certainly, that, you know, on Israel's side at least, there are some grown-ups, I think, that are making decisions, and we can hope. I know Alex probably knows more than I do about that, but I hope there's some grown-ups in the room in Israel.
It's just a different type of chaos. It's a different type of chaos. It's a different flavor of chaos, okay? Because, you know, we also have our political machinations and our backstabbing and everything, and our name calling and everything. So, you know, don't think it's any different. It's just maybe that I think Trump's delivery is so jarring because we're so used to kind of a more polished political vernacular that
Less compulsive.
yeah, impulsive, I think is maybe compulsive as well, you know, but
But
yeah,
yes.
more controlled. And that's why sometimes, but if you can try to strip away, I think the Trumpisms, and try to, if there was like a Trump whisperer, that'd be really great. It's like, excuse me, I'm a Trump interpreter. He's saying that on the 3rd of January, we're going to go left and right and all over. If there was somebody like that, that would be pretty interesting. Maybe Marco Rubio, that's what he does in Spanish.
Apparently, Mark Rutte is the closest thing we have to like a Trump whisperer. Apparently, when he talks to Trump, he's like able to get him to do whatever.
Decipher.
Yeah, or like get him to do whatever. But I think, I mean, impulsivity, like that's a real thing because I know it. When I don't know if it's like ADHD or something, but when you think of something or like a joke, you just have to say it, and you just cannot avoid yourself from like it. It takes like an immense amount of control to like take over, to like not say something. And you know, we have Trump joking about you know, the bombing of Pearl Harbor while the Japanese Prime Minister is visiting the White House, right? like that happened, and I think it was like that type
You know
of
what?
thing.
But hang on a minute. Why not? Why not? They bombed Pearl Harbor. You know, like you guys did it. I don't know. I don't really see like what's the. I don't know. I don't know if that's. I don't know if
I
it
mean,
needs to be made blood. You know, I don't believe in like a blood feud. I don't believe in like the way that Arabs
well,
have their.
have you seen that actual part? Just so we
No, I've never seen it. I have not seen it. Maybe I shouldn't speak.
we could watch it, but it was basically something. He was talking about Iran, and he's like, well, you know, we oh, I think the question was why didn't America tell Japan that it was about to attack Iran, that like it joined the attack on Iran with Israel, like the month ago. And so he's like, well, you know, it was a secret, and we wanted to surprise them. You know, Japanese people would know a lot about surprise attacks, you know, like Pearl Harbor.
I think that's kind of based. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to detract from you. I think that's kind of funny. You know,
I mean,
like,
it's
you know, if somebody did that in Israel, I want to say, like, if there was a comparison, and we had, let's say, remember, we made a Sadat come to give a speech in the Knesset in '79, right? You know, but like as a part of the peace treaty with Egypt. If we made a joke about the 6-Day War, truly, I think it would be, maybe it's a little bit too soon, but Pearl Harbor was a long time ago. If we made a joke about, hey, remember that time you guys like invaded us in the Sinai, and you were this and that, I think it would be, you know, maybe even be healing, to be honest.
Well,
we're not able to make a joke about it yet.
Well, there is a difference between like somebody doing a stand-up routine and a head of state joking about like an attack.
Fair enough. Yeah, I hadn't actually thought about it like that. I was thinking more like something I would say.
Like when I saw it, I like laughed, but because it's like insane thing to say.
It is funny.
Yeah, but I mean, it just points to the fact that, as Daniel said, that Trump is impulsive. He doesn't have a filter.
Yeah.
And that is not a good thing in a statesman. I mean, he's not a statesman, but you know, you would want the leader of the U.S. to be a statesman and to have some decorum, and also to know that, you know, Japan, yes, Pearl Harbor happened. We're not denying that, but as of today, Japan is a major ally, and it's a legitimate question. You know, why didn't you bring us in the loop here? And for him to just, you know, make a joke rather than, you know, I don't know. It doesn't really bother me. It's just another indication of his essential unseriousness. And the fact that someone so unserious is the leader of the free world is alarming, because these are serious things that are happening. This is war in Iran is serious.
Well, I mean,
speaking of unserious, I mean, you should see the Knesset. We have people throwing water at each other, having riots.
Really?
We have members of Knesset that have full tantrums, lay down on the floor and go, you should take a look. There was one woman who literally took a cup of water and poured it over her colleague's head and then laughed about it. Okay, we have people throwing chairs. I remember they wanted Barack Obama was going to address the Knesset, and Bibi was like, we can't that we cannot control them. Like, we cannot control the
Oh,
savages in our
that's
in our
sad.
Knesset. It's very sad. So for me, I suppose the kind of the crass and the crude and the lack of decorum, it doesn't really for me it's sort of water off a duck's back. If nobody has been, attacked, I'm kind of like, it's kind of civil. It's sort of civil disagreement. But yeah, like, my standards are pretty low.
Yeah, but that's like a bad thing, right? It's like in America.
Yeah, I think it's so embarrassing. Oh my gosh, when
Uh,
people see this stuff at the Knesset, I oh my gosh, I feel such humiliation.
yeah, I mean, even in American Congress, I mean, we are talking about the Congress that has a history of, like, a congressman was beaten to death on the floor at one point during some of the slavery arguments. Like, things were bad in America, right?
I'm talking about stuff that happened last week in the
Yeah,
Knesset.
I know.
I'm
I know.
literally you're talking about stuff that happened hundreds of years ago. I'm like, these are things that happened in the Knesset like yesterday.
Yeah, and I mean, in a sense, because you compared it to like Reagan, right? But there
Yeah.
is a there is a difference between because Reagan choked. Although I haven't lived during like Reagan, so I don't know how much what exactly was
Hoity
his like day to
toity,
day policy.
everybody understand. Daniel's very, very young and very, very, youthful. We're old. We remember. I wasn't born during Reagan, just so you know, either.
Yeah, you're both babies.
But you weren't even born during Bill Clinton.
No,
You're a Bush baby. Ah,
yeah,
man,
I was born
Bush
after
baby.
I don't even remember pre 9/11 world.
Crazy, literally crazy.
Yeah, but I was saying like with Ronald Reagan, like yeah, I mean we have like I've listened to his compilations of like making jokes, right? That was like his big
Yeah.
thing, like humor. But like at the end of the day, I felt like at least his policy was serious. But maybe that is with like a enough time passed that
Yeah.
obviously I don't know, but like
I mean, his
I'm
space war
yeah.
thing was pretty crazy. Like, he said, what was it? I mean, the Star Wars thing that really, I mean, that thing, that rhetoric, those words, nearly. I mean, Gordievsky, the defector, the spy, who was super super close to the regime in the Soviet Union. I mean, he said this is scaring the shit out of them. Like,
But
he's really convincing them this is going to happen.
well, but that was part of the point, and that's why I think it's
Yeah.
different than what Trump is doing, because I
Yeah,
think
I
Reagan
agree.
actually we intended for it to be scary, and it worked. I don't
Right.
think Trump thinks things through. I think part of what we're seeing in the Gulf is that he didn't think through any of this with the Strait of Hormuz, with the oil shocks, and he doesn't. He's not a thinker. He doesn't think. He doesn't strategize. I think I am old and I've lived through Reagan and Clinton and Bush and all this, and Trump is they all have their flaws. They all are ridiculous in certain ways, but
Mm.
Trump is just not even in the same category. I mean, he is a truly different sort of politician, and not in a good way.
But I think the whole thing about the Strait of Hormuz and everything. I mean, every like the idea that was an unforeseen thing. I think that's just not true. Like, I think every time anybody ever spoke about Iran, mean, like, that's their one card they have to play. So I can't imagine any war games they would have run that would have not had closing down the Strait of Hormuz as, like, a stage in it. Like,
But see, that's what I'm saying is I don't
fundamental.
think that Trump sat around with generals and advisors and had war games.
Well, on that, at the very least, we at least know from John Bolton that he specifically briefed Trump on that.
Yeah.
Now, that was like during the first administration,
That was first
obviously.
administration. But yeah, no, but there were, especially during the first administration, and even now, there are people around Trump that are way smarter than he is, and know about strategy, know about the situation, but I don't see any evidence that Trump listens to them. So they may be talking and saying things, but is Trump actually processing it? Is he taking it into account in his decisions? That's not at all clear to me.
I mean, from the other side in Israel, like, we always complain that we're run by a junta because, like, all of our, besides Bibi, a lot of our, leaders have been generals in the army, and actually they're people that are severely not equipped to run the political side of the war, right? Run the kind of the bigger kind of like strategic objectives to the war, right? Rather than the kind of, they immediately go down to the planning, right? To the kind of, which is not, like, because they're like amazing generals, you can't really deny it. I mean, Yoav Galan, I think he was like I mean, these are excellent soldiers. Okay, you can, even Ehud Barak, who's a nutcase, excellent soldier, right? But he ran his business like a soldier. He ran his business like a general, and that in the political sphere is, in my opinion, I think it's really damaging. I think it really makes it that the country is run by the junta, and in Israel it is. I find it very greasy, to be honest. But that's like a side thing. I wouldn't want like Margaret Thatcher, or Trump or anybody to be like a military strategist. I think that they need to be advised by them. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, that's the whole purpose of technically anybody could be an American president, because you shouldn't really do any decisions like based on what you know, like almost like not like any area you pick, there's probably somebody with more expertise in that area and can advise you on that specific thing, right? Like that's why, like, literally Trump can be a president, right? Like there is nothing unique you have to know, because on anything you can be advised. Like I'm doubting that it's like Trump picking, they just have the map and Trump is like moving ships, like, okay, now we do this, now we do. No, he gets I hope. Maybe I'm, but like this is what I cannot even imagine, that like Trump is just making unilateral like military decisions. I cannot even fathom that idea.
I'm sure he's not, but he's also not. I mean, he's not smart. He doesn't think strategically. He doesn't know who to listen to, and so he's easily swayed. I don't think someone like that running. I mean, this is a war that should be precisely planned with contingencies, and I just don't get any sense that is happening. If it is happening, he's doing a very poor job of conveying it to the American public. The American public is against this war, and not because they're in love with Iran, but because nobody has explained to them why this is in America's self-interest. Trump is very cavalier about, one day we're demanding complete surrender, and the next day, we'll negotiate, and we're talking to some people, and it all is chaos, and nobody in this country feels confident that he knows what he's doing.
I mean, we should say on that, at least the latest polls I've seen, Americans are supportive of a certain kind of war. I think Americans do support strikes, would support getting rid of the nuclear, the enriched uranium that Iran has. Like, I think it kind of stops at risking a lot of American lives for a war in Iran. I think the support for that drops to like 33%, which to me it seems like insane a number, considering the way this was started, considering the way that there was no build up in a sense towards it, right? It was America attacking, and while this should have happened a long time ago, the American people were never told that this should have happened, right? Nobody ever talked about war with Iran. Not like a single president, at least that I know of, in America has actually prepared Americans for it. And
Yeah.
despite that, the percentage of support is at like 30% when it just happened. So I think, again, like my criticism for Trump oftentimes isn't even I don't like what he is, but like I wish he was what I wanted. Because he had like one of the biggest opportunities to like make America great. Because of the amount of support he had, because of the amount of basically, I mean, Republican Party is like a complete bitch to like Trump. I mean that has to be said. Like they will support anything he does, seemingly. So he could have done great things, and again, like he attacked like Iran. I never would have expected that. Like that is an insane thing that like I don't think anybody could have ever predicted that. And yet we somehow get, well, we might have, like, even if we completely like pull out now, I think this still was like eliminated, or not eliminated, but like postponed Iranian threat for at least a bit. But like we could have actually ended it. Well, we can still end it. This is not over. And again, I just don't know where we're going with this.
And you get the sense that he doesn't know is the thing. He like I said, if there is a clear plan, he has failed to convey it to the American people.
Yeah, and again, it's and yeah, Alex, we'll go to that. But one one of my favorite lines from one of my favorite shows, Dr. Stone, is like something, just give me a working hypothesis and then I can like do something with it. And I just want a hypothesis to explain Trump, or specifically just the recent thing, just something that unites it. Like, is it about China? Well, if it is, so what's the, like, if it is about China, it could be that Trump simply wants somebody in Iran he can
You froze for
somewhat
me.
control trade with China, or shutting down oil to China. Oh, did I?
Did it freeze for you too, Alex?
Yeah, we missed you for like
Did I fall?
5 seconds.
Man,
It was good for a while there, but now it's glitching again.
the Wi-Fi is...
Huh. That's weird. Oh,
Okay, I'm just gonna turn off my camera for a bit. Let's see if that fixes it. I don't know what's happening. You can hear me now,
yep.
right? So what was, oh yeah, I was saying, like, if it is about China, maybe I can explain it somehow. Maybe Trump simply wants, similarly to Venezuela, somebody in Iran that he can influence enough towards not sending oil to China. I think that's like the only explanation that I think would make sense. But even then, I just don't know practically if he can enforce that on Iran. Like enforce complete, or not even complete embargo, but like ability to turn off the oil that goes from Iran to China with like a single sentence that he says, in 1 year after this war has ended. I even that I like cannot see. Which again, the sort of the Chinese, I guess, model is generally the best way to explain Trump's geopolitical actions.
Could be. Yeah.
All right, we have a few super chats. Super chat from Jonathan, thank you so much. A super chat from Bonnie, thank you so much. And a super chat from PC, thank you so much. He says, I encountered an anti-Israel, anti-Trump person on Facebook with Hebrew letters for their name. I'm sure they were not really Jewish. I wouldn't be... why not? I mean...
There's
Alex,
plenty of Jews who are anti-Israel.
Or even Israelis, like...
yeah,
or,
absolutely.
Or
I don't know if there's that many, to be honest. Like I saw a protest against the war a few days ago. It was like 200 weirdos, and I think a lot of them were not Israeli. So yeah, it's for sure it's possible that you stumbled across one of these people, but I don't know. Like I didn't exactly see a big force, like out fully.
Somebody says I was replaced with an AI. He woke up to the Jew last week. That's definitely correct. Well, let's go into this article that I sent earlier to Alex for her thoughts on this. So I don't know if we wanna read the whole thing because it's pretty long, but the general, maybe I can at least show it. So it's this one on Times of Israel. US-Israeli plan for Kurdish invasion of Iran reportedly collapsed amid leaks. Distrust. Mossad hoped ground campaign could ignite wider rebellion, but after plan was leaked, Iran bolstered defenses and regional US allied lobbied Trump to call it off. So I've seen this a little bit here and there. The fact that Ordi reported that Israel wanted this to happen, and America, either because of its regional allies or from itself, basically stopped it or maybe leaked it or didn't want it to happen at all. But Alex has problems with that article.
I mean, I think it's garbage. I think it never happened. Like seriously, like I mean, they mention in this article like Kurdish forces. Well, like what the hell does that mean? What does it mean? I mean, it's which one? Which one are you talking about? And these are not people that you can really control that easily. I mean, are they going to mention one? Right. And also they mentioned 6 are going to work together. I find that hard to believe. I mean, they have ideological, tribal, political rivals. They always act independent. They are, I mean, they're talking about Iraqi Kurdistan, right? And Erbil, that they're going to have this YOLO invasion. I mean, this is I think it's deeply unserious. I mean, the mistrust there, it cuts both ways. They do not trust the United States, and definitely the West do not trust the Kurds. And none of the Kurdish, factions. They'll never commit fully, and we'll never rely on them fully. In order to do anything. I mean, what are we going to do? Like, reactivate them like there are guns for hire? I think that's quite disgusting, actually. I mean, these are real people. We don't just send mercenaries in to do our job and just hope that it's a bit of YOLOing, right? We're just going to have a bit of fun there. They're not a controllable proxy. The core idea is just very, very high risk. It's very speculative. But yeah, I don't believe a word of it, to be honest. The whole thing is nonsense. I think none of it is true. Like, what are they talking about? Talking about the PJAI? You're talking about the KDPI? They talking like which Kurdish forces are you talking about? Like, yeah, but that's the thing. Yeah, Alex, they used them before in Syria as of late. Yeah, and how did that turn out? How did that turn out? Right? I mean, there's a famous Kurdish proverbs: "We have no friends but the mountain." Like, it cuts both ways. If we're using them, you better believe they're using us. They're getting something out of it. What would they get out of this? Why would they want the regime to fall? If I'm a Kurd, if I'm a random Kurdish person living in Iraqi Kurdistan, why the hell would I want the IRGC to fall? Why? What would be the reason? There's zero reason. For me, I might want them to be roughed up. I might want them to be weak, but I don't want a bunch of, IRGC fanatics coming into Iraqi Kurdistan. Why would I want that? Doesn't make any sense. where's the trade-off for me? There's
Well, oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
I don't know the situation really currently. I'm pretty out of touch with what's going on in that region. But in the past, I know that the Kurds were really hoping for an independent nation. So
Yeah.
could that be what they're hoping for, is that they could carve out an actual country between, the regions in Iraq and the regions in Iran that are Kurdish?
Well, the thing is that not all of the, like the Iranian, a lot of the Iranian Kurdish, militias and groups, only some of them want separatism. Some of them want to be federal. Okay, so they want to be a federal, and some of them want to be kind of like the situation like it is in Iraqi Kurdistan. They want to have autonomy, but they don't want it. They want to be like a federalized system. Very few of them want to be a separatist kind of system. A unified kind of Kurdish state is like, pie in the sky. And also, again, there's no consensus there that that's what they want. This is they can't communicate with each other. If you're a Kurd in Turkey, you can't communicate with a Kurd in Iran. You don't have a common language, right? You can't make yourself under. These are very loosely connected sort of, people with very, very different terrain that they have to try to deal with, very different political situations and political, kind of like different backers. You know what I'm saying? They're very limited in terms of their capabilities as well. And also, why would you want the regime to fall? Like, that's really a big question. The regime falls, there's chaos, then you've got a whole bunch of IRGC Persian refugees that you're going to have to deal with. Like, if I'm living in Erbil, like, that does not sound great for me.
Yeah.
Doesn't that sound kind of crap? Like, I don't get me wrong. I'm sure you want them destabilized. You want them weak, but you don't want them like to collapse.
Unless you are a separatist and you think it'll lead to a nation. But like you said,
the Shah said he doesn't like it. Okay, the Shah's a ludicrous idea anyway, but like, what group would ever, and they don't necessarily want it.
Yeah.
That's the thing. The Iranian ones, most of them want to be federalized.
Yeah.
So it's kind of, it's sort of like, I wonder what they would get out of it. Everybody has to get something. We're getting, if they were to do this, which is, I don't think they are, but let's say they were, we're getting something out of it, but they're getting something out of it. Wonder what that would be.
Yeah. It needs to be win-win. But I don't know. The article could just be complete bullshit. That's certainly possible.
And so, by the way, there are Kurdish forces as well that are kind of pro-IRGC. So, there's also that. The Kurdish forces in Syria, like they were abandoned. Let's not forget that. Okay, so that is a pretty relatively recent event.
Oh yeah, I think they'd be fools to trust the U.S. at this point.
Right? Why would they?
Yeah.
No Daniel, friend but the mountains.
Yeah. Daniel, did you figure out what was going on with your internet?
I don't know what's going on. I just switched the internet provider. So let's hope that fixes it.
Hope for the best.
I don't know. I'm using Starlink normally. I don't know why it's screwing up right now. I don't know if it's because the Starlink doesn't, at least my app says there's nothing wrong there. So maybe my just router is screwing up, or
it happens.
Or my
maybe we won't ask Starlink to to sponsor the show.
Well, for that it would need to work. I don't think I'm doing a good advertisement right now since I keep cutting out. Somebody's asking. I can put the name of the article in the or the link to the article in the chat. Somebody's asking, why does Alex hate the Kurds? I don't know.
Why would you say I hate the Kurds? That's total nonsense. Who on earth would ever say that? I've actually been to Iraqi Kurdistan. I do not hate the Kurds even slightly. Like them very much. Not true. I'm just saying that I'm trying to convey what I understand about the situation, which is it's like saying the Americans. What Americans are you talking about? Like what kind of? I mean, imagine instead of America being a federalized kind of situation, every state had their own militia with their own tribal leader, and each one was at war with each other, right? How dare you speak about something like the Americans? It would be a ludicrous thing to do, and that's kind of what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to. It's nothing. It's no shade on them. Like they're just trying to do their best.
Yeah, and well, just quickly, because there was an earlier comment I wanted to say. Remind me never to strategize a reordering of global power with you, Daniel. We'll need to spell everything out to all podcaster. Who cares if adversaries have a chance to counter us because of it? I would accept that if I knew the goal is to take out the Iranian regime. Then, like, okay, don't tell me anything. Do whatever you want. But I don't even know what the goal is. Is the goal to reorganize a global power? Is the goal to reorganize the state of Iran? Or is the goal to simply get them on our side in some weird way? Is the goal to get some sort of a deal about oil with them? Is the goal to get a different leader, to have a regime change? Trump says there already was a regime change. Like with Venezuela.
I think the goal is a coup. Yeah. That's what I think. Then the goal's a coup.
Well, I'll go to that in a second. But in a sense, like, if I take example of Venezuela, I mean, even there, I'm not sure what really was the goal. But it seems like it was kind of,
It was a YOLO. It was another YOLO. It was a fun weekend at Bernie's, okay? They got a little drunk. They got a couple of Blackhawks, and they just had some fun. God, you're such a, you're a killjoy.
He's a stick in the mud.
Yeah, totally. They went over, they went ham. We all partied, okay?
Unfortunately, I get the impression that's not too far off. I think that's probably the level of seriousness.
I mean, honestly, if you're like that's the thing with America. You're like so powerful, you can straight up like do these things, right? Like America just depose dictators, like communist dictators in South America all the time. And we didn't even know about it in some cases. Like that's the amount, that's the level of, power America has. That, in a sense, the only
the United Fruit, the United Fruit saga, the big fruit.
Right.
I mean, that's one example. But no, I mean even the different ones. I actually tried to look up some of them.
How much it happened, to be honest. I don't know how successful they were. I think it was the Brits who were the brainchild between, of throwing off like Mossadegh. Like they kind of had that idea.
I'm talking about South America.
No, I know. I'm saying after that, like I think America kind of thought, you know what, let's get involved in this overthrowing.
It's kind of fun.
Like it was. I think he boasted. I think it was Dulles. I think he boasted like, I can throw over Guatemala for $150,000, because I think they were like very impressed at how cheap it was to overthrow Mossadegh. They were like, let's get into this overthrowing business. I don't know how successful they really were, like beyond like one or two examples. Most of the time it didn't go their way.
I mean, generally, like, when does the coup really work? I mean, you could bring up an example of Cuba, right, where it like clearly like totally failed. Because like if there is like a popular,
Bay of Pigs, you mean?
Yeah.
But Bay of Pigs was also a dumb, like military operation. I mean, it was stupid, and
Sure.
but there was a lot of people who said don't do it, and it was screwed from the beginning.
Yeah, but what I generally mean is like, generally people get the government they want, right? And I don't think you can impose a leader that like fundamentally they don't want. I mean, maybe if it's like it's like a flip of a coin. It could go either way. The elections are close or something like that. Maybe you can, replace the leader, and sort of inertia will stay there, like strong enough that basically there won't be like a popular revolution against it. But generally, because like I think with Mossadegh,
Coup worked in Egypt. That was a good coup.
yeah.
That worked out in the favor. Got rid of Muslim Brotherhood. That was a good one. There's been some good coups as well in Turkey. Good coups as well in Thailand. Sometimes a coup is okay. I'm not opposed to a coup. Go for it. Like if you can do it. Yeah, it's easy as well. It's very bloodless. Think about Bay of Pigs. Those poor Cuban exiles just being slaughtered the shit out of on that beach. I mean, these poor guys, like, rather a coup is bloodless in comparison. You literally just walk in with your guns and go, yo, we're deposing you. We're in charge now. Thank you for your service.
Yeah, so I guess going back to that comment, like if the goal is some sort of coup, I'm wondering to what extent do you need like secrecy, or like I'm wondering to what extent it is even plausible in Iran. Because like if the goal is coup, then I guess we wouldn't know about it until it happens, right?
Well, I think it would have happened already if it was going to happen. And the thing is, if for a coup to be successful, you need a substitute leader, and Trump doesn't have one. I mean, he's made that clear. He doesn't like the Shah's son, and
because that's another Bay of Pigs thing, though. Like, fair enough, he's not connected. That's exactly the Bay of Pigs failure.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that guy's not the right. Yeah, maybe that guy's not the right guy, but you need somebody. For a coup to work, you need to have a replacement in mind. Just as we've seen, just taking out the leader with nobody in mind to replace him,
Head of the military. The military is a unifying force,
Yeah, I mean, I recently, as I do...
authoritarian regimes, they are, I think.
Yeah, I recently, as I always do, rewatched a bunch of Hitler documentaries, of course. And, Hitler tried like several coups that failed, actually. The beer hall putsch, for example. Somebody says I'm doing static. Let me put away my phone. I guess my question in Iran would mainly be like what... Because like if we bring up an example of Germany, right? It's like every military leader can like lead that country. Like pretty much after World War One, almost like any military commander has the sort of gravitas, has the sort of popular backing that basically they could be. Like for Hitler for a long time it was Ludendorff. I'm wondering what kind of like that's my biggest question when it comes to Iran. Like what kind of prestige does the military actually have? Like how, like if like is there like a big general like again example with Germany, right? You like Hitler had to deal with the Wehrmacht. Like there was such an institution that he couldn't simply take over. He had to work within that institution. And to me, Iran feels like the Iranian military isn't really that big of an institution.
Right. No, I agree with you. Yeah, the IRGC is. But if you weaken the IRGC, then I think that you could have the military rising, because just by default, I mean, the IRGC is the center of power. It's the center of gravity. Like there's no doubt about that. But let's not forget the military also. They also have guns. They also have some legitimacy, and they're real people, right? They're real Iranians, like they're real Persians or real
I mean, my
citizens.
point is you can come up with people or ideas for who should take over, but we shouldn't be the ones having to do this. This should have already been done by our government before you begin. If the idea is regime change, they should have had an idea of who they wanted, and they don't seem to. Trump,
Well, yeah, but Right, but at the same time, Stuart, all right, if you're wanting to have some legitimacy here, the last thing you're going to go is say, like, this is my guy. Same thing is what happened in Egypt with removing their Muslim Brotherhood. Like, Israel never stood up and said, you know what, we're really, really, really wanting to get rid of these guys, and said, what did Israel do? Oh, us? We would never. We don't know who this guy is. Like, who is this person? Sisi? We've never heard of him. Oh, I don't know. Maybe we like him? Do we not? I don't know. Like, the moment America puts their Herrscher, okay, on somebody, immediately that person is persona non grata. He's trash. He's garbage. So I get it. I wouldn't mention who my chips are behind. That's why the kind of the Reza Pahlavi thing that he said was pretty clever. He's like, you know, if the Iranians want him, they can have him, right? But he didn't commit on it, which I think is great, because you don't want to do that. You know, you want to. It's the last thing I would do if I was wanting to have a successful coup is go, that's my guy. You know, because then the whole thing feels artificial.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, I mean,
Maybe I need to write a book, How to Have a Coup. tips for a successful coup.
Well, technically, CGP Grace. What's the rules for rulers? I think that video covers it a little bit, specifically how to like hold power and stuff. It's a very popular video he made. I mean, again, I'm also not that big of a fan of specifically the Reza Pahlavi plan, because I just don't really see it working in any way. And
I think it's deeply unserious. Yeah.
And again, the broad goal is to remove the threat that Iran poses, and I'm okay with whatever, like in a sense, well-being of Iranians, and that's very unfortunate for them, but that's not the goal. The goal is to remove the threat of Iran, and whichever, and in some ways, it might go against it. It might be there's the well-being of Iranians, and there's removing the threat of Iran. Those two things might not necessarily go together, unfortunately. So yeah, if some sort of, because again, like if a military coup happens, that's probably still gonna be a very authoritarian country.
Oh no shit! No shit. Yeah, no doubt. That is the boot. Yeah, that's you're going, but it's kind of like Sisi, like in Egypt. You know, the Muslim Brotherhood was an outward facing. The terror was outward facing. Right, it was to me, it's the freaking Muslim Brotherhood. Yeah, it's like the big Nazi party of the Middle East, and that now you have a junta, which kind of, I mean, you know, Egypt is not exactly a bastion of freedom, but I don't. If the Iranian people wanted to do it and really wanted to overthrow, like, it would be phenomenal, but it just doesn't. It doesn't seem like. It doesn't seem like it's really a possibility right now.
By the way, anyway. Alex, you're not using the microphone you have in front of you. Just
Oh, I'm not. Oh, okay, fine. So it's there for a prop.
Decorative, yeah.
It's a decorative microphone. Anyway, guys, I better go because I have to do my Passover shopping. I'm sure that Stuart, you have to do the same. For your 12,000 family members that are coming around to your house and expecting a goddamn 5-course meal. So I need to go cook, and I need to go and purchase. So thank you very much, everybody. It was great to, if anybody has any coups, like coup ideas, drop them to me in an email at, alexscoups@coups.com, and let me know. I'm open. And if the American military wants to approach me, I have some great ideas for some coups. I've been thinking about this for many years now.
Well, I definitely take that. Thank
Bye,
you
Alex.
for joining us, Alex. So let me go through the chat. Well, let me remind people that we do have a super chat goal today. And I think I'm going to promise something on behalf of Razi as well. When we reach £100, well, 1, we will turn off the ads for the rest of the live stream, and 2, Razi will explain why card counting doesn't work. Hopefully we will be joined by Razi. He should be joining relatively soon. So there's that. Let me look at the chat. Somebody says Pahlavi restoration, assuming it becomes a constitutional monarchy like Japan, will be a massively powerful ally against Turkey. But again, that's like, I think that's, I mean, almost fantastical. The idea that you take Iran, one of the most authoritarian countries there is, and suddenly it becomes like a, like the second free country in Middle East. I think that's, it's way too, yeah.
I mean, I agree that I think that's very optimistic, probably overly optimistic, but
yeah, maybe in like 50 years I could see that.
Well,
But
the thing is, Iran, unlike some places in the Middle East, actually, was moving towards Western values before the 79 revolution. There is some history of better ideas that I think still exist in the culture. So it's not quite the same as, looking at some, barbaric country that's just never had any concept of individual rights or individual freedom and expecting them to become a beacon. I think there is that thread of thought in Iran. Now, whether it's strong enough, I think it's probably overly optimistic to think that, but it's not. I don't think it's quite as fanciful as it might have, as you might think.
Okay, with that, well, let's take a look. I still have a little bit of Trump left, so let's take a look at this one. Don't even remember what they said here, but I'm sure it was something great.
Whether people like Trump or don't like Trump, I settled 8 wars, big ones, some going on for 36 years, 32 years, 31 years, 28 years, 25 years, some just getting ready to start, like India and Pakistan, where already 8 jets were shot out of the air, and I got it done in rapid order without nuclear weapons. I can't think of anybody in history that should get the Nobel Prize more than me, and I don't want to be bragging, but nobody else settled wars. Obama got the Nobel Prize. He had no idea why. He still has no idea. He walks around, he says, I got the Nobel Prize. Why did he get a Nobel Prize? He got it almost immediately upon attaining office, and he didn't do anything, and he was a bad president. So, I mean, you should get the Nobel Prize for every war you stopped. These were major wars. These were wars that nobody thought could be stopped. President Putin called me and he said about 2 of the wars that he's been trying to stop them for 10 years. He wasn't able to do it. He couldn't believe it. So in theory, you should get the Nobel Prize for every war you stopped. Every one of them was major. But I don't care about that. What I care about is saving lives. I've saved tens of millions of lives. You know, the Prime Minister of Pakistan came here and he made a very public statement. He said that President Trump saved minimum 10 million lives having to do with Pakistan and India, and that was going to be raging.
Daniel, do you know if that ever happened, if the minister from Pakistan ever said that?
I'm not fact-checking Trump.
Okay, yeah, there's no point.
Again, this is this type of thing where I don't even know what he's doing. Like, is he just lying for fun? Is it, does he think like people believe him, or like he's just putting himself forward?
I mean, I think he's just he has such a fragile ego that he needs to constantly be trying to get people to believe that he's this hero, or that he's this peacemaker, or whatever he's just so fragile that he just, his need for approval is just bottomless. It's really pretty stunning. It's very psychologically revealing. Not the person I would want in charge of the free world, but here we are.
Somebody says he is exposing the illegitimacy of the Nobel Peace Prize. how? And also, he shouldn't, like, if he was a decent human being, he shouldn't think of Nobel Peace Prize. Like, that's the answer you have to evil. It's, but I don't think of you. That's the way you answer it, not by constantly talking about it. He doesn't shut up about Nobel Peace Prize. He got a Peace Prize from FIFA. Was that like making? I mean, in a sense, it's making joke of the whole like Peace Prize thing, right? Yeah, I got my from FIFA, and then I started the war in Iran, which again, like I think that's the right thing to do. And I think even it is promoting peace in the long term. But again, like why is Trump like a YouTuber that is like exposing things? Doesn't he have like more things to do? or like more important things to do? Like we had, like, let's say with the UN, right? We have the UN Watch, for example, right? We have things that are exposing these organizations. Like if you wanna see how bad UN is, there are places to go. Why is it specific? And again, like Trump could like expose UN by leaving. Trump could expose the Nobel Peace. I mean, I don't even care about why is Nobel Peace Prize like a big thing that has to like I could see it if he talks about the UN in the same way. I could see that. I think UN needs exposing. I think he should just leave it straight away, not deal with it in any way. But I don't see what is the point of like exposing Nobel Peace Prize. Like, what are we getting out of it? So,
yeah, I mean, the thing is, Trump talks about you could say this almost, change a few of the nouns, and this is, like exactly the speech he gave when he, didn't win the Emmy, or when he didn't, the other things. He just thinks he should win all the prizes, all the awards should go to him for whatever. There's no substance. He doesn't really have a critique of the Nobel Committee. I mean, you could put together a critique of their choices, obviously, but I don't think that's where this is coming from. It's just a spoiled brat who didn't get the prize he wanted.
Somebody says he can walk and chew gum, but he isn't walking and he isn't chewing gum. He's not doing the important things he needs to do. Like, if he actually fought a war with Iran and actually take or at least call what is the goal. If in America, he, balanced the budget. Imagine that. Imagine having balanced budget in America. Or like did anything in internal politics that is actually advancing the freedom of America. Then I could say, okay, he's walking and, on the side, he's like making quips about Nobel Peace Prize. But like
all he's doing is trolling and making Truth Social posts. He's not actually doing any of the hard work of governing in a positive way. Even, I will admit that Trump has deregulated in certain industries, especially the energy industries, in ways that are positive. But even there, he's not doing it legislatively. So it's all going to go away in 28 when a Democrat inevitably is going to win the White House. So even the good things he's done, he's not doing them in the way that they will last. So yeah, instead we have a reality show host as president. We have a social media star as president, and that's the level of his thinking. And he's not doing the work. He's not actually doing the job of president. He's obsessing about things that are completely unimportant.
Somebody says, would you prefer Daniel, would you prefer Kamala? And I mean, that's always like an impossible question, right? Because we have an actual thing Trump is doing during his administration right now to some nebulous thing that Kamala might have done or might not have done. So would Kamala attack Iran? Of course not. Like, we wouldn't have this. Would Israel attack Iran during like if Kamala was president? That's also a question. Like I don't even think so. Like they wouldn't be able to, in a sense, start that. Would Kamala Harris? I mean, I cannot even remember all the policies she proposed, but she had some like insane like wealth taxes. Would that have passed? There's a question if that would like go through the Congress. So again, since we are like, I'm wondering if I predicted Trump's presidency to be worse than it is right now. Like before the election, I would say vote Kamala. Now after, I think I would have to still wait out the years to like see. I mean, specifically I think the war with Iran can make or break Trump's presidency, at least for me. Like if the Iranian threat is eliminated, even let's say just for a few decades, or I mean, Jesus, forever, that doesn't vindicate Trump. I think he still did terrible things. But in a sense, I think it's preferable towards. And again, I don't know what Kamala would have done, like overall. So it's hard to say. I mean, it's always hard to compare like different presidencies, right?
Well, you're comparing an actual presidency to a theoretical presidency, for one thing. But the other thing that you can't forget, and that everybody seems to want to forget, is that despite what Trump is trying, the president is not the dictator. So if she had been elected, she would be dealing with a largely Republican Congress and largely conservative courts. So, you know, when you realize that she would have been, that the worst of her impulses would have been tempered by those factors, I still think she would have been a vastly better choice. Again, not that she's necessarily got better policies, but because in the context of how our system is set up, she would not be able to do the kind of damage that Trump, with the Republican Party just being yes men, has been able to do.
Somebody says he was recognized by USA enough to be the president. Nobel Prize will give him world recognition. I mean, again, I think that's like second-handed. Like I just cannot. Like I'm trying to imagine at least the great things that I think I've done with my life. I cannot ever think about like, well, this wasn't actually good because I didn't get some prize for it. Some prize that I don't even like have liking for, like the Nobel Peace Prize, right? It's it would be one thing, like I don't know. So so which is it? Is Nobel Peace Prize like prestigious and Trump is being salty about not getting it because he's Trump, or is he exposing it? Like it cannot be both. So which one is it? Like again, because again, like I'm trying to think of like a prestigious prize that like I would want to get. But most of the prizes I'm thinking of getting are usually prizes for like an actual win, like an actual thing you get, rather than somebody gives it to you on your behalf. I mean, I have my. So this is a replica. This is not an actual trophy. Replica of the International 2020, which is one of the international that didn't happen. It's from Dota 2. It's one of my favorite games. If I had a real version of this and I won it, that would be like an insane thing to actually get. But again, I cannot think of like a prize that I would feel salty about not getting.
Well, I think the idea that, you know, Trump would become respected internationally if he won the Peace Prize, I don't think that's the case. I think that Trump is very polarizing, and I think the people that like him are going to like him regardless. And I think the people that don't like him, all it would do would be tarnish further the Peace Prize in their eyes. I don't think it would give Trump legitimacy. I don't, you know, his actions are his actions, his words are his words. A prize that is given or not is not going to legitimize him. He may hope that it would, but it would not. I mean, I'm quite sure that nobody's going to be like, oh, I used to think he was an imbecile, but since he got the Peace Prize, he must be really smart, or he must be really, no, I don't think anybody's going to think that.
We have a super chat from Robert. Thank you so much. He says, as usual, Stuart Margoli speaks wisely, 100%. Yeah.
Thank you.
Somebody says, wow, you prefer Kamala. Way to like ignore everything we said for like 3 minutes or however it was we were talking about. Like, again, I said before the election I would have voted for Kamala again if I was able to vote. Because again, not because of Trump's narcissism, not because of that, because of like Trump's actual things he does. Or rather, the unpredictable. Like that's the big thing. Like I couldn't predict what Trump presidency was gonna look like. Like if you asked me, do you think like Trump would like try to or there would be like ice clashes, there would be war with Iran, he would like impose like a tariff war on like every single country in the world. Like I wouldn't be able to predict that. So I don't know how to like I don't really know how you can compare like who you would have voted for. I think the best thing to do is, of course, look at your values, look at what's important to you, and vote on your conscience. And I cannot necessarily like I'm not necessarily even blaming or criticizing anybody voting for either one. I would criticize if you voted third party. Like I think the correct choices in the election was vote for in no order of way, vote for Kamala, vote for Trump, or not vote. I think those were like acceptable choices for me that I could see explanation based on your values and decent values, let's say, people who are objectivists. Unless, you voted for Trump because he was going to deport people, like whoever, or because you were basically like a crazy right winger, or if you voted for Kamala because you're a communist. Like that is not respectable voting choices, at least for me.
I would say that the first time around, I could and did understand, people who voted for Trump versus Hillary. It was a horrible choice. This time around, and even I guess the second time, when he lost.
Sure.
The third time, people just dropped the context that Trump tried to overturn an election. To me, that delegitimizes him completely as a candidate. So in my opinion, you have to drop that context to support Trump, and you can't drop that context. That happened. So no, to me, you could not vote, or you could vote for Kamala. And frankly, I think given the Republicans controlled Congress, I would have voted for any Democrat, even a communist, because they're not going to be able to do much. And that's a good thing. The problem with the Trump presidency this time is that he's had this Republican Party that is just his lapdog. And so he's been able to accomplish, quote unquote, a lot, because they'll just do whatever he wants. That's not a good thing. That's not the American system of government. People complain about, things don't get done. Yeah, that's part of the design. When the government gets things done, it's expanding government is what it's usually doing. And that's not a good thing. A government that is largely stalemated is about the best we can hope for in this, intellectual climate.
I almost would agree in some way. Like when I listen to whatever Tucker Carlson, when I listen to even Donald Trump, listen to J.D. Vance, I'm like, okay, Democrat no matter who. And then I listen to some Democrats, and I'm like, I'm starting to understand why people have so much of the people who
horrible.
say,
yeah. Like I said, if we were choosing a dictator, I don't know who I would choose. But given the fact that the Republicans, as of now, this is probably going to change in the midterms, but certainly, in the last election, it was very clear that the Republicans were going to control Congress. And given that fact, we needed a Democrat in the White House to prevent horrible things from happening. And unfortunately, I think horrible things have happened this past year.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just reading the chat. All right, so we covered this part of Trump. Did I have anything else? Well, I mean, we kind of talked about this. I can just mention it again because I've seen another article. Trump insists killing of Iran's leaders truly is a regime change. Deal to end war could be soon. We mostly read this, so I don't know if we have much more to say about it. But it's him saying that actually there has been a regime change because we eliminated the leaders.
Yeah, that I don't think that reasoning holds up. The same party is in charge, and if anything, it seems like the people that are currently running things, if anyone can be said to running things, seem even more hardline. So yeah, I mean, the people change. In that sense, regime change happens all the time because different politicians are in charge. But yeah, it sure doesn't seem like there's been any fundamental shift in their priorities.
We have another super chat from Robert. Thank you so much. He says, "You're right, of course, Daniel. Except, well, I'll just leave it that. I don't have to." Except that I think third-party vote was equal to abstaining, but was sending a different message. Could have been valid. I cannot see, especially the two third party. I mean, maybe unless we are talking about other third parties, but generally when I say third party, I mean the Green Party and the Libertarian Party. The specific two candidates for the Green and for the Libertarian were so incredibly anti-American that time around that I don't think, like, maybe in 2016 voting for Gary Johnson, I could see that. I think that's like a reasonable, especially with like Trump and Hillary. I think that's like a reasonable thing. But like in the latest election, I don't think those two. I think those two were. Well, Jill Stein has been a Green candidate for a long time, but specifically the Libertarian one. I can't remember his name again. I always forget it. But yeah, he was.
The Libertarian Party's always been a mixed bag, but they've really gone just batshit.
Yeah, especially on Israel. So
Yeah.
both the Libertarian and Green Party, like the Green Party and Libertarian candidate, but like worse than Kamala Harris. Like if they, let's say they get to have their way on Israel, I think would have been worse. At least officially. Again, maybe Kamala Harris, if she was elected, she could have like switched position to even much worse than Biden was. But at least what was sort of projected. Bonnie says, didn't Ayn Rand say something like, I can predict the future because I know the principles or premises it's based on? It does not look good right now. I'm not sure what exactly the quote was because this seems a bit off. But yeah, you can definitely... I mean, we have videos from ARCUK going like years back where we, or at least some panelists on the show, like predicted where the Conservative Party is going, where the Republican Party is going, where specific intellectuals or the specific influencers on the right are going. So I think you can definitely predict a lot. Is it going in a good way? I mean, it's going to be interesting in some ways. I'm wondering if it ever feels optimistic, because we are always living right now. We're never living like in the past or in the future. Like if you look back at history, I'm wondering how many times you would like feel optimistic about the future, like living a day-to-day life. It's clear. Yeah.
I'm a lot older than you, and so I lived through the fall of the Soviet Union. And there was a real feeling of optimism that the world was heading in a more free direction. And, not that we were on the verge of utopia, but it did seem that with the Soviet Union gone, we were in for a much more peaceful, prosperous future. So there was, I think, a feeling, I remember it, this feeling of optimism that I don't think people largely feel now.
Yeah, but in a sense, I'm wondering, uh, at what point did it start getting worse? Because, like, at least, I mean, if we take the fall of Soviet Union, I mean, in Slovakia, the things got much worse than they got better. I mean, for us, it took until basically like 98 for like things to start looking a little bit better. And
Right.
then they started getting worse, and now they are really bad. So, I mean, in America, you had 9/11 just, less than 10
Right.
years after.
Yeah, that is when the tide turned. But from was it 89 the Soviet Union fell, from like 89 to 2001, that 12-year period, I
Yeah.
think, was a period of relative optimism.
Yeah, I could see that, and yeah. So in a sense, like I'm wondering to what extent should you even be. I mean, at the end of the day, the life is about pursuing values. You have to you have to do that no matter what. You cannot really sidestep that. Like I have to take care of the world, and then I can take care of my values. So I'd say day to day, pursue your values to the best way you can, and watching geopolitics or watching politics or watching the development of culture should simply inform you: do I need to get out of here at some point, or my value pursuit uh, might be struck. Like I'm thinking about it every day when it comes to Slovakia. Do I need to get out at some point? And I think if more people thought in that way, the world, in a sense, would be a better place. Because right now, many people are not pursuing their values and are instead relying on politics. Right? Trump will bring my job back, or this politician will fix my thing.
Yeah.
This thing will happen, and then. I oftentimes find myself sort of like when something good or something bad is coming, like stopping everything else until that thing, and that's something to learn to like ignore. Basically, no matter what tomorrow is, just today is day like any other, and you shouldn't spend any days with participation or anticipation of like upcoming days.
Yeah, no, I agree. You've got to live in the present, and you've got to pursue your values. And yeah, I think you're right. I think far too many people. I mean, it's easy to get depressed about the geopolitical situation and the cultural situation, but if you're using that as an excuse to not pursue personal values, that's a huge mistake.
Somebody says the problem is also that some really are pursuing their values, but they are not my values. Well, if those people are suicide bombers, then yeah, those are not necessarily the life-affirming values, is what I would call them. I don't know if I would even call them values, because I think sort of at least somewhat life-affirming should be a base requirement for a value.
Yeah, but the vast majority of people, thankfully, are not suicide bombers, and even if their values are not values you agree with, as long as they're not, actively interfering with your life, I think far too many people are worried about what other people are doing, and when it really has no effect on them. I think we'd all be a lot happier if people were more rationally selfish and focused on their own lives and what they're doing, and not so worried about how other people, how gay people are living their lives, or how trans people or women, or the things that people get obsessed about. It's like, yeah, none of that should be preventing you from pursuing your values.
Well, what if my values are homophobia? Have you ever thought of that?
I'd love to know what you would get out of that, how that would be a rational value.
Bonnie says, being honest about where we are and where we're going was obviously a value to Ayn Rand. Personal values and the state of mankind are not mutually exclusive. I mean, depends what you mean exactly buy that, because I'm even like even when it comes to Ayn Rand, right? It's we are the only thing we know about is the things she, decided to publish. So obviously, like even here, like when we outside of like this conversation, usually we talk about geopolitics. Usually we talk about the war. So when it comes to our public personas, it's obviously us talking about the state of the world for the most part. So I'd say it's more of a that focus. Like don't come here to talk about the world and then go home and talk about your own life, I guess, sort of broadly.
Yeah, and also, I mean, Ayn Rand chose to be a public intellectual, so it was her career. So yeah, in that case, it is very much a part of her daily life and her personal values. But if you're an architect, if you're Howard Rourke, yeah, you don't need to, what's going on politically it's going to have an impact. But
I mean, it did for Howard Rourke, right? Like
it did for Howard Rourke, obviously.
Like he lived through the Great Depression. I don't think it's ever like openly said, but yeah, there are times where like there is no work, right?
Yeah.
I think I can't remember where exactly it was in the book, but I believe it is at least a small part of the book.
Yeah, no, and obviously the world impacts him. He had to go through the trial with the Cortland Holmes and all. But yeah, I'm not saying it doesn't impact you, but it didn't prevent him from pursuing the values of building his central purpose. So unless you're a public intellectual, you shouldn't let the world situation completely overshadow pursuing those values, those personal and professional values.
Or if it does, then I'd say at that point just go solve that thing, right? Like if I mean, in a sense, that's why when things get really bad, like World War II, any like pursuer of values joins the resistance, because in a sense there is no other way. There is no unless you're living in some specific part of the Nazi Empire where you are able to get away with it. But for the most part, the only way to actually pursue your values is to end this threat. And maybe at some point we'll get there. At some point I'll have to go to the front, whatever, fight against the Russian Empire or the revival of the Iranian Empire or the Chinese Empire or whatever, because we refused to fight it for so long, and no values in a sense are unattainable outside of fighting in this war.
But we're not there yet.
Bonnie is asking, how do you think things get real bad, in quotes? I mean, I'm wondering if we can draw parallels, because like I'm wondering if there is something unique about the modern society. Is there something unique about the modern liberal democracy as opposed to, for example, the Roman Republic? Like, was Roman Republic or either is our modern world unique towards Roman Republic, or are we drawing parallels? Are we at some point? Because even if you take like the height of Roman Empire was the Roman Empire. That's when it was the biggest. It wasn't during the Roman Republican era. So there is a question, like in a sense, like in some ways we are seeing the expansion of the American empire, if you want to talk about it, right? Like if the American hegemony, the sort of the stuff in Venezuela, maybe stuff in Cuba, maybe stuff in Iran. So in a sense, we might see sort of like the expansion of the sort of Western world as a last gasp of, us being strong, us believing that we are the superior ones, into a eventual. I mean, again, it's so hard to imagine even like liberal, like France falling or Germany falling or UK or America falling, and then something happening afterward. It's so like in my 23 year of existence, I don't think I can predict yet how that sort of reality is gonna look like.
Yeah, no, I don't think we can predict it either. I do think that we are coming to the end of American hegemony, but yeah, I mean that could still, America will probably still be a major power for the rest of the 21st century. And yeah, it's hard to know what comes next.
Yeah, although even like, because like here's the things. Let's say, like like that's just so. In a sense, we are kind of ignoring the amount of wealth and the amount of productivity, the amount of even like intellectual resistance the West has developed in the last few hundreds of years. Like while let's say Russia or China become bigger threat, and because of our, I mean, in a sense, decadency, we refuse to fight it. It's still gonna take. I feel like let's say the end of American Republic, that has to take hundreds of years. I cannot imagine that happening like from one day to the other or in just a few decades. It's such the
Well,
inertia, I think, is way too strong.
the inertia is strong, but I don't. I think you're right that I don't see it coming to an end from any of those external sources. I think it's much more likely to come to an end because of internal rifts. You
Yeah,
know,
but even then, it's not gonna be end. America will devolve into some sort of a more authoritarian state. I think that's what we'll see
right.
long before.
I agree. I agree. But yeah, so it'll still be called America, but it will not be the same America that we've had. So,
Yeah,
which
but
is
in that way,
parallel from.
you could say that started happening from like 1890 or something, right? That's like that's not really America anymore.
Well, I mean, you could say that, but I mean, it's gradual enough, and I think enough of the institutions have held that I think it lasts. I think you could. It's debatable now if some of the changes that Trump has made structurally, if those persist, I think you could make a case that America has fundamentally shifted to authoritarianism. But I don't think that they're going to last. I think he's overreached, and I think there will be a pulling back of some of these executive powers. Um, so we'll see. But yeah, I mean, it is hard to know. It is hard to know. I'm sure that probably the people in Rome did not imagine that it would ever fall, and probably you know the year before it actually fell. I doubt anybody. I mean, they knew things were going wrong, but I don't know that. I don't know. Actually, I haven't studied it that closely, but I'm sure that it's very hard to figure out from the inside when things have reached a certain level of decay that it's actually going to collapse.
I mean, again, for most Romans, the Rome never fell because most Romans lived during the time where Roman Empire existed, obviously. And even then, if you take, let's say, just the fall of the Western Roman Empire, if you lived in Byzantium, I mean, or Constantinople or something, I mean, for you, Roman Empire still didn't fall, right? We
Right.
are they are the continuation of the Roman Empire. They are under the same legal system. They do follow the same rules. They do follow the same kind of administration. Um, we have a super chat from Jonathan. Thank you so much, and a super chat from Salome. Thank you so much. So yeah, I think it's like I think people forget how long history is. Like if you see, let's say, you see in a history book, Soviet Union lived for. I mean, how long did Soviet Union exist for? There will
About
be
70 some odd years.
72, no, 82, 82. Technically, if we take from like 1917, which is when the revolution started. So I mean, that felt eternal probably for everybody. And like on the grand scheme, that's like a short. America has been here for 250 years. That also feels like eternal. I mean, that has been forever for pretty much every single person on the earth. Um,
Yeah. But, then most of Europe the countries there have been there for,
To me, it feels eternal. I don't know about you, but
uh, no, America. I mean, obviously, anyone living today has always, known of America, but we are still a very new country compared to the countries of Europe, or compared to, China's history goes back to what, like 3000 BC recorded. So, it's not always the same system, but it's been continuous in a certain sense. So yeah, America is certainly young in that regard, and yeah, Soviet Union was a blip, but yeah, as you said, that was, many people lived their entire lives, lived and died under that horrible system. So for them, that was it. That was all there was.
yeah. And again, what has to be remembered is like, at the end of the day, because I'm trying, like, even if you take some like European countries, if you take something like Greece went through like a communist revolution. It had like military juntas. Like, if you are, I don't know, even like 60 probably, you went through like crazy thing in Greece, and you probably never even left like Athens. It's what's all to me. It's always fascinating, like researching how like ordinary German lived during like Nazi regime, or like even during like Slovak regime. Like you still go to cinema, you still go
Right.
and buy groceries.
Right.
Like the
We
world
still
doesn't
have
stop.
family get-togethers, and yeah.
The world doesn't stop before there is war, because there's war, or because even you are in a dictatorship. So yeah, I think like generally probably people won't notice. Like, I'm just wondering, like, if I maybe when there's something, I mean, if there's a revolution, right? If we take people can check out We the Living, sort of like a closest thing to sort of like autobiography from Ayn Rand, where she, or her character, lives through a Russian Revolution, or rather to the sort of outcome of the Russian Revolution, where there is like a clear difference. But in America, I feel like there will never be a revolution. I think it will be sort of like a gradual thing. So it will be, you go from one day to the other. In a sense, it's like your hair. It's short, and then it's long, and you never really notice it. So unfortunately, America might be something like that. It's free until it's a dictatorship, or until it's authoritarian more than we imagine.
Yeah.
And maybe that's already happening for some people.
I think it is happening. I'm just hoping that it's still new enough that it can be reversed. But there's some pretty scary stuff that's happened this past year.
So yeah, and then I guess there is a question of sort of like how to prevent it, or what to do about it. And I mean, that's always like a question, because the culture is like so strong, or the general like ideas in culture are so strong that I don't know, outside of you advocating for, of course, the better things, and pushing against that, I don't know how much you can push against like inertia, outside of being careful about your own thing, like leaving a country when it's gone. Eventually we'll all get to one country, the last bastion of freedom on earth, somewhere in some random place in Africa maybe, or whatever, that like suddenly became like free, and that's gonna be all God's culture or something, like 1 million people who are free.
Yeah, I don't know. I hope that we are able to turn things around, and we don't have to flee the country. I'm
Yeah,
not
I
sure
mean,
what-
again, what I'm saying is like hundreds of years. Like, I cannot imagine even during my lifetime any Western country falling. That would be, but maybe most people couldn't. Maybe most people in like 1880s couldn't see like a fundamental or let's say, yeah, I think you would say like in the 1880s, all Western countries are formed, all of them have their borders, all of them have somewhat stable governments, The war didn't really happen for some time. We have colonies in Africa, and probably maybe most states didn't feel, or maybe most people thought like, okay, this is the end of history. Is in the.
I think, from what I've read, I think that was the feeling in the late 1800s and into really up until World War I, that that we had kind of reached not the end of history, but that the borders were pretty settled, and the world was technology was this wonderful thing that was improving everyone's lives. And I think there was, much like that 12-year period that I spoke about, I think there was this real feeling of optimism that World War I, brought to a crashing halt. Well, I'm glad to see. So Jonathan's joining. Hi, Jonathan. I'm going to head out then. I've been here longer than I thought I would, but it's good to talk, and I will see you all soon.
Thank you, Stuart, for joining.
You're welcome. And I can be reached. Raji's always good about that. I have a Substack, stuartmargolis.substack.com, and I'm also on Facebook. So thanks, guys. Bye-bye.
Thank you for joining us. And we are joined by Jonathan. Jonathan, did you listen to the last few minutes? Do you have any thoughts? I don't think we can hear you. Maybe you have the wrong microphone selected. Still cannot hear you. Okay, maybe you can maybe leave and come back, and we'll see if we can get to you. Oh, we have a big super chat from Ex Nihilo. Thank you so much. 100 euros. Obviously, bringing us to our goal of 100 pounds.
That's the kind of super chat that makes me join in a heartbeat. Thank you very much, Ex Nihilo. And oh, did we promise a card counting explanation? Okay, we will get to that in a heartbeat. But before that, yeah, I do want to see if we have any news update. Well, there's the usual updates of after a few hours of no missiles, Israel is now once again under attack in the center of Israel. Oh, and I also see that the Knesset, the Israeli parliament, has passed the bill. Oh, is now, yeah, that is now law. It is passed in second and third reading. The bill for death penalty for terrorists, which was posed by 48 people and some European governments who really dislike the idea of terrorists no longer being able to ply their craft. Yeah, Jonathan.
Great to be with you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Okay, and yeah, the IDF has also issued some evacuation orders for several villages in South Lebanon. So, which to me is just a reminder that there are places in South Lebanon that have not yet been evacuated. And what is the point of it? And what is the point of allowing any type of sovereignty in South Lebanon? Now, look, if you're not going to evacuate them, just to be clear, I have no issue with not evacuating them, as long as you're fighting. For me, I know if they're evacuating, that means we haven't dealt with that part of South Lebanon yet, and we're about to, and we're letting you know. And then what that means is we're going to go in and destroy some infrastructure, maybe target some of the terrorists who still stick around, but some terrorists will leave. What do you accomplish with these evacuation orders except for warning people, look, if you are an innocent civilian, you are already not in South Lebanon to begin with. Roman Viking, thank you for the super chat. Should the death penalty law also apply to Baruch Goldstein? Absolutely. He is no longer with us, so it won't apply to him. But yes, absolutely. If you have a death penalty for terrorists, it's not a death penalty for Islamic terrorists. If you're a terrorist, committed terrorist atrocities, he's a mass murderer. So without a doubt, yes.
Wasn't the problem with this bill, though, that it had some specifics or some uniques or some distinctions between Israelis? Oh, I don't know if it was between Jews and Arabs or Israelis and, like, let's say Palestinians, like foreigners, like not citizens of Israel. But maybe we can look that up and talk about it later. But I've seen some controversy, at least, about this.
Yes, so we should look it up. And yeah. But again, if it separates between citizens and non-citizens, I mean, that's still somewhat problematic because, yeah, there's always the issue that if it's a time, if you're talking about during war, you don't need a death penalty. Like, you don't need a judge to say you can shoot this terrorist, right? You just shoot him because you're at war. So yes, let us do our actual research, which we're not going to do during the show because there's a limit to how much we can read while we're live. But yeah, the law should apply to everybody. It's regardless of what that law is. Okay. I do have to give my blackjack explanation, and I will do that very shortly. I wanted Jonathan here for that, so I'm glad we met the super chat goal today, and we have Jonathan, who will not give you any official financial advice, but will be here to let me know what he thinks of my explanation of why blackjack card counting is, for almost everybody on the planet, not a real possibility. Before that, yeah, Jonathan?
Yeah, I'm anxious to hear that. It doesn't sound particularly philosophical, but anxious to hear it.
It's not, but I will explain why counting cards is one of those moments where you have the Crow epistemology as a lived experience. But speaking of lived experience, Daniel, let's. I think we need to parse these out. So let's do one more video from the NPD conference in Canada. We have a few of them. We also have a few more of the Together Against the Far Right protest here in London. Some interesting stuff from there. But the Canada one, let's take a quick look at that. And thank you, Salome, for the generous super chat as well. This is a very good super chat day. We might we need to think of a further goal. Maybe Jonathan can give some advice that is more applicable to more people. I don't know how many of the people in our audience are thinking of making their career be blackjack players, and I will be the one to dissuade them from that. But anyway, Daniel, can we watch one of those videos from Canada?
In a bit, although I do want to give update on the sort of death penalty thing. So here is what I've seen. So this death penalty only applies to military courts. So civilian courts, you still cannot do death penalty. If you are Arab Israeli or if you are Jewish Israeli, it's just something Israel doesn't do. The only update is that in military courts, death sentence for terrorism is a default sentence, meaning that is more likely to be now applied to. Now, obviously, the only people almost ever convicted in military court, or even ever go to military courts, are Palestinians, because those are the ones who, of course, are at war with Israel. So some Western news accuse this of like a two-tier system or something. but I would say generally it's a different kind of thing. Again, no Israeli Palestinians or Israeli Arabs are going to be convicted of death penalty, even if they convict terrorism. It's specifically Palestinians in Judea and Samaria who are not citizens, who are not residents of the country of Israel.
Was Keir Starmer one of the people who accused Israel of a two-tier justice system? Look, the point there, I guess, is very much, terrorists. There is a two-tier system in Israel, because if you're a random Jewish person who chooses terrorism as a way to promote, whatever, environmentalism, I don't know what you want to promote, and you think terrorism is the way I'm going to raise awareness of my cause, you are not getting out of prison until you've served 2/3 of your sentence. If you're a Palestinian, you will get out. You will get out, because at some point there will be a deal, or there will be a gesture or something like that. So I'm glad the system, and again, the people who will get the death penalty under this system, if it happens, if it's actually applied, are the people who otherwise would get out in some sort of hostage deal. So, good call. Shmuju, if you're asking what video, I'm guessing you missed yesterday's stream, which means we have, you're in for a surprise. Let's see. This is, again, one of the, I believe, 3 main parties in Canada. Daniel, let's take a look at one of those.
Are you on this resolution? Microphone 2, are you on this resolution?
Yes.
Microphone 2, please.
My name is Mastura Tasneem. My pronouns are she, they. I'm from Ontario. Hello, bonjour. As we conduct this convention today and the past 2 days, right now there's discussions of 10,000 American men and women being sent to Iran, being deployed just to be part of this bloodbath. Canada cannot and will not be part of the legacy of blood that was built in Iraq, in Palestine, and now in Iran. This is a no question debate. I call this question, Madam and Chairs. Thank you.
Your point's quite well made, Speaker. I'll again thank delegates not to call me Madam Chair or Madame la Présidente. I'm a non-binary person. My pronouns are they, them, and their. Chair is sufficient. And with regret, you've spoken to the resolution. It's not open to you to also call the question. If the question is the will of the House, someone else must call it, because we heard from you in substantive debate.
Okay, I was not aware.
Weird rule. Microphone 4.
Yes, thank you. My name is Fred Farhat Sufi.
Mr. Honig, unless I am, don't want to assume your gender and offend you or anybody in our audience, but those are the leaders of tomorrow, Jonathan. You optimistic?
I mean, maybe not surprised. My guess is they probably have gone to really great universities. And I remember Dr. Peikoff once said, I might be paraphrasing the line, but it was something like, the problem with today's universities isn't the education or the drug, or isn't depression or drug abuse, it's going to class. And, I'm not surprised. These are the ideas that are being taught in the best universities in the world.
Yeah, terrifying stuff. It's funny sometimes when you look at it and hear it, and like they use words that are in English, but they don't say anything that means anything that any of us who are fluent in the English language can understand if we, try to use words and concepts as with some sort of relation to reality. I mean, this is next level stuff. Daniel, any thoughts?
I don't want to be like the outlier here, but like names have no connection to reality either. It's like we can call people by their preferred pronouns. It's not that big of a deal. Although it's sometimes funny when they make a big deal out of it.
Yeah, I don't know what the point was, but no, dude, no. That's the way they're talking is not how people have conversations.
You just
when-
refer to them as they.
Yeah. Talking about
What's the
multiple
problem?
people,
Oh.
but it's not even that. There's more to it than my pronouns are this or that or the other. It's the whole way of talking. What we showed yesterday with the privilege cards. I mean, and we'll show more of that. We have how many clips did I send you? There was like 2 more, right? At least 1 more. 2 more?
Maybe 1
I don't know. Well, we can find more. It has been trending on Twitter, but there's the funny part of it, and there is the terrifying part of it, which is as WUB says, using words connected to reality is transphobic. Like this whole thing, like they're talking to each other. They're not talking to us who have different views. And they're offended. They'd be offended by every time we open our mouths. They'll be offended by whatever we say. They're talking to each other and can't figure out, at least from the clips I've seen. Maybe I should watch full video of the whole convention. But it's like all they're arguing about is how do we have a conversation? And they're not seemingly reaching a conclusion that allows them to have such a conversation.
Was this like a Glenn Beck show? I mean, yeah, these are not smart people. They're like, this is a joke. The fact that this is like I don't know if it's the 3rd most popular party. I'd have to look it up. But yeah, definitely one of the major side parties, let's say, similar to like Liberal Democrats in the UK.
And if Glenn Beck criticizes something, doesn't mean it's wrong. It's I think we're doing a better job than any of them. Look, I love what Dr. Peikoff said about the trans movement. That it is a war on reality. But there's so much more to this than just the gender issue. They all agree that Israel is evil. They can't even get that point across. Davy Boy says lots of PLO flags and kafiyas there. No Canadian flags. Does not surprise me at all. I bet the only thing that offends them about the Iranian regime is that there's no death to Canada in their official slogan, because Canada isn't important enough. Roman Viking, I'm thinking that is a question that we should leave to the James Valiants of the world, just because, no, I mean, for me off the top of my head, no, gender is not an anti-concept, but and I question the separation of gender and sex, and certainly the extent of the
but in that way it would be anti-concept, because you're making like this new concept to try to destroy the concept of sex, unless there is like a specific reason why you would need a new concept of gender that is separate from sex.
Well,
which I don't think you need. Again, you can be slightly more feminine man or masculine woman or like androgynous or whatever, but that doesn't make you the other gender or the other sex. So I don't necessarily know why we would need a distinction of gender and sex.
Ani says, when she announced that she's a non-binary person, I wanted to say my condolences. That should be a private matter. It can't be a private matter because somebody accidentally refers to her as madame, and like she's offended, and she expresses the fact that she's offended, and the audience cheers. So
I mean, let's be fair. She wasn't offended, she was just clarifying.
Well, she was expressing what seemed like offense at the. Yeah. Anyway. Okay.
Oh, did I say she? I think they were being reasonable about it.
Yeah, I will stick to she. But anyway.
By the way, somebody says she's definitely a woman. I mean, that's the question. Like, are they even denying? Well, if somebody says they are non-binary, well, I guess they, because their gender would be, I guess, not binary, right? But like, would they say they are still female or male?
That is a question for the non-binaries. Yeah. Somebody else in the chat says I just call her it. I'm sure it would appreciate it or not.
Probably a bit dehumanizing.
Okay, Davy Boy says the NDP has 7 federal seats among the 343 ridings. Okay, that's less than I would have
Yeah,
thought.
but
Are they particularly popular in British Columbia?
they get a lot of votes though, but because it's the first past the post constituencies, they don't get much at the end of the day of seats. And also, last election was, I think, particularly devastating for like third parties, because the Liberal Party, right, in the Canada, they had like a big winning last election because of Trump's tariffs, unfortunately. But
I do recall the reason for it. The reason for the Conservatives losing a 20% margin there that Trump managed to lose for them in a matter of weeks. But yeah, okay. Wait. Shmuju says they used to be a rural party, but now they are a downtown party. Yeah, am I mistaken in thinking that they're particularly popular in British Columbia, or am I confusing them with something else? Anyway.
I mean, maybe I can, if I can find the map of. Oh, let's see. Okay, they are. What is the North Province called? Isn't that none of it?
There's a bunch of northern provinces. It's all north. It's Canada.
That's fair. I can look it up. But no, they pretty much only won like one province. And I can look up the name of that province. Yeah, it's none of it. So that's what I won. Or at least were the most plurally dominant, I guess. Wait, Bloc Québécois is winning outside of Quebec? It's amazing.
Yeah, there's a reason.
Oh, I guess I could see it. Maybe there are some English who hate the French Quebecois so much that they would vote for the party just so they can get out. It's a 5D chess. Oh, wait, no, okay, they actually did win one seat here. What is the island west of Vancouver?
Vancouver Island.
That's no way, that's what it's called.
It's Canada, dude.
Oh, it is Vancouver Island. So yeah, they won one seat there.
All right. Canada is its own story, but I see we have a lot of Canadians in the chat or people with knowledge of Canada, so I'm not sure we can add much to it. I love Canada. I haven't been there in many, many, many years, but nearly 20. I have been there 5 times, and the last one was for 2 months. And I think I would go back, although these videos don't really inspire me to do so. But anyway.
I would just, to end the conversation of they versus it, I would say I've never met a non-binary person, so I have no idea. Like, the only thing I've ever seen is from the internet, and generally I don't like to make like strong opinions on something I have like zero experience with. So
yeah, Davy Boy says what I assumed, which is the Bloc Québécois and I guess another Québécois party only run in Quebec. That does make sense.
But this is not. Oh wait. Oh, is Oh, okay, my bad. I underestimated the size of Quebec. Yeah, this is still Quebec. Wait,
Anyway,
no, yeah, okay.
did Jonathan leave us right before I was about to get into the blackjack thing, or is he coming back?
Don't know, but I have to leave, so
Okay, that's a great time for me to get into the explanation why you should not count on counting cards in blackjack as a way of making money. Because here's what it takes, and here's why blackjack is a lived experience of the yeah. What? Daniel,
pretty
we
good.
can
How
still
about
hear
you?
you. Daniel? You know, can I mute Daniel from here, or are we going to hear things that none of us should be hearing? Okay. Yeah, we're getting used to StreamYard, so we'll figure this stuff out as we go along. All right. So here's what you actually need to do. Here's what counting cards involves in blackjack. Any element of this is doable, but all the elements of this combined are really going to overload your crow. You need to spend you need to already be super intelligent and to spend a tremendous amount of time practicing this, really doing nothing else for a very, very long time. And then when you go in and you actually start attempting this as a way of making money, you need a massive bankroll of, I don't know if it's tens of thousands or more than that. But with blackjack, first of all, you're playing blackjack, okay? So you need to do the basic math of you see, your cards, and you see, what your two cards are combined. It's easy to do. Yeah, you understand that like a 9 and an ace is 20, but it's something you need to do in your head. Okay, even if it's a split second, it needs to be done. And you need to see what the dealer's up card is, and then factor that in, into your decision. Then there's the counting aspect of it. So you're using the high-low method. So 2 to 6 cards from 2 to 6 are count as 1 in your count. 7, 8, 9 are neutral, and then 10 and face cards are -1. So every card that shows up, and the dealers are fast. Every card that shows up, you need to do that count, and you need to do it very fast, and you need to do it while you are also paying attention to your game. Your game is not just which cards do I have, which card does the dealer have, what basic strategy requires of me to do in this play, and it could be it could be stand, it could be double, it could be split, it could be a bunch of things, and you need to factor that in while you're also counting at the same time. Okay, so you are keeping the count in your mind with every card that comes out while you're watching your own game. Now you have the overall count, which of course you need to divide by the number of decks in the shoe. So that needs to be factored in. If it's an 8 deck shoe and you're in halfway through the first deck, I don't even know how the count is calculated there, but it has very little importance compared to if it's a 1 deck shoe, which you're not going to get in any casino that I know of. Okay, now that you've done all that, once you look at the overall count, you need to factor in your bet size, because if the count is negative or low, then you bet you bet the basic bet, right? You bet whatever is the minimum for the table. Then if it's higher, there's a whole calculation into what your bet should be at any round, basically. So That's another thing that's added, and that even on itself is a more complicated calculation if the whole other calculations weren't done by you, which they are, and at really, really fast speed. So yeah, somebody else says it's always an 8 deck. They reshuffle each deal. I don't know where you're going, but go to a different casino. It's not always that bad, and the automatic reshuffle.
I think the cheaper casinos or cheaper tables just use a shuffler. And
it also depends. Like if you're talking Vegas, even if you're talking Vegas, I think if you go a bit further out, you'll get more favorable, things that are more favorable to the player. But yeah, and by the way, you shouldn't play blackjack on the strip anyway, because the rules are.
Circus.
I've never actually set foot in circus, but I'm not sure. Not sure for really good blackjack odds I would do that. But anyway, so you have all these separate calculations, which already overload your crow to a point that makes it very, very difficult. And then the whole time you also have to pay attention to the what's the person called? Pit boss, ringmaster, whatever he's called, the guy who is gonna kick you out of the casino if he thinks you're counting cards, because counting cards is not illegal, but the casino doesn't want. They know this is the only game in which you, the player, can have the edge over the house if you count cards. So this is like one of the most important, other than full-on scams, in other games, or rigging slot machines, or I don't know what. This is what the casino worries about, is people blackjack counting cards, because it's an easy, relatively on paper, the easiest way to actually go into a casino, and again, on paper, over time, have a likelihood of leaving with more money than you came in. So they will watch you like a hawk. So yeah, all those considered, you are not going to be able to do it. So don't even try. Now, I know I bored some people into leaving, but I also know...
Technically, you can also do that with slots. If the jackpot is high enough and you have enough bankroll, you could also break certain slots. But also you're making you don't let's say you might make I think it's maybe 10% below the jackpot, like that would be your profit, because you have to spend a lot of money to get that. But yeah, I've seen that apparently also with certain slots you can when jackpot is high enough that it basically breaks the gives you the advantage, but you have to spend hours there.
I don't think you're right. I mean, the slot machines are random number generators. It just generates random numbers. Now, over time, they have to give 96% of what goes in back. But over time is not over the lifetime of the machine. So the machine could be really, really bad for whoever plays it, for 3 days in a row, because it's a random numbers generator. So, yeah,
Yeah, but also that's what random is. Let's say you can bet with me for $10,000 to guess a number from 1 to 100, and you only have to pay me $1 to guess. You are going to make money over long term because the payout is so much higher than the input. You're getting 1%, you're basically getting 100 equity, I think. Because you're paying 1%, you're paying 0.01% to get the of the deal to get 100% chance.
Yeah, no, people. I would not recommend having slot machines as your financial long-term planning. Even if you go and look for the machines with a high jackpot, but
it's not just high jackpot. You specifically have to know the numbers. You have to know how much the jackpot is, what are the chances of getting it, and then figuring out based on that. It's not just high jackpot means I'm gonna win.
Jonathan, did you hear any of that? And do you have any thoughts?
The best strategy, I think, is to own the casino. Unless you're Donald Trump, of course.
Does Donald Trump? Oh, he owned the casino in Atlantic City, right?
Yeah, it went bankrupt. So
Yeah, that was he thought very big there and didn't work out because Atlantic City turns out was people were not interested in it and would rather fly to the other side of the country and go to Vegas.
people go to Atlantic City, no? Isn't it like the
Very-
second Vegas or something? Or is it something different?
It thinks of itself as a second Vegas, but I wouldn't call it that. And well, in some ways, I think Reno is like a second Vegas. Jonathan?
Haven't been to Atlantic City, but I do think it, and no offense to the people who live there, it never seemed to kind of live up to the glamour of, or even the kind of faux glamour of Las Vegas. Reno, I think, has a reputation as just being a kind of a nice, smaller, older desert town, but all wonderful places to be. But definitely the casino business is not an easy one, and I think some of the failures in Atlantic City probably demonstrate that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
you have to like hire goons to like break people's kneecaps when they don't pay you and stuff.
yeah, I don't think that's actually a thing nowadays, but it may have been a thing in the early days of Vegas when it was run by the mafia.
Well, technically, I believe still Las Vegas, or the Strip rather, is still not an incorporated town. Like, it's not like an actual city with.
Well, it's paradise. It's not Las Vegas, but it is a town of paradise.
I'd have to look up the show I watched about it again.
Look it up and let us know. In the meantime, can we take a look at a bit more of what happened in this Together Against the Far Right rally? With I don't even remember what exactly I sent you, but I remember it being disturbing. And yeah, when we shit on some political parties in Canada, we need to remember we're talking here about the second party according to the polls in popularity right now in the UK, the Green Party. This is not a Green Party rally. It's a Together Against the Far Right rally, and yeah, let's take a look.
Again. Who is here for love, unity, solidarity? And who is here for DJ, Gorton, and Dean?
Oh, we saw this one just from different angles.
Okay, we can pause. First of all, they I guess this is a cool way to present your party platform or manifesto, but
Eat the rich.
yeah, that's what did she say? Let's defeat the billionaires. Is that what she
I
said?
think defeat.
Yeah.
Or beat. Maybe it's beat.
In either case, it's like Can we play some more?
So I looked it up. So there is the city of Las Vegas, which doesn't include the Strip. The Strip is technically called Paradise, but is not an incorporated town, meaning it doesn't have like a city council or anything in that. Instead of is governed by the county, by the local county. So in that way, it avoids some of the taxes. It avoids some of the sort of problems when it comes to being an actual incorporated town.
All right. I know you need to take a break in a few, so let's watch a bit more of this. Maybe we can start.
Who is ready to tax the rich? We know the problem is not coming here by small boat. It is flying above our heads by private jet. I give you a shout out to our LGBT community.
Dude has like one move. Did you say nationalize everything?
Renationalize, yeah.
Oh, right.
Wait, can you
So
play some more? Yeah, Jonathan?
I was just gonna say it's so funny. I mean, billionaires with their private jets is like such a tired, hackneyed, stereotypical kind of, it's always, it used to be millionaires and billionaires. Now it's more just billionaires, but billionaires with their private jets. And it's if we could just, all over the world, they seem to be the problem with, with the world today is those terrible billionaires with their private jets.
They should be public jets. We need to nationalize the jets.
Paul asks, where's his deputy? We'll show his deputy. We showed him yesterday. We'll show him again after Daniel comes back from his break. But yeah, I want to get through the whole video before you have to go, Dan.
I do have to go.
Right now?
I can make it go.
Who is ready for rent control? We've got water companies pumping sewage into our rivers.
Was that it, or did Daniel have to leave?
I have to leave.
Okay. So we'll watch the rest when Daniel comes back. But yeah, let's go point by point through their manifesto, Jonathan, as presented in the form of song and dance. By the way, do you remember that Libertarian Party presidential debate, maybe 2016, where one of the candidates did the whole thing in rap form, like basically rap?
Vaguely, those conventions are always circuses, so I don't remember exactly, but that wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, but the thing is, the Libertarian Party treats themselves as a joke in America, and a less and less funny one as time goes on. In the UK, there's a party that is also like a joke party, intentionally joke, like not us laughing at them, but them laughing at themselves, which is called a monster raving loony party. And they do this thing, in the UK, when the vote is announced in every constituency. So on election night, you have 635 of these, where the vote is announced, and like in most of the major ones, the news, the main news channels, the channels that cover the election will go to each such constituency. you'll see the candidates all standing on stage. They all stand on stage, and then the returning officer reads out, I think in alphabetical order, the number of votes for each candidate, and then you know who won. And so for the Monster Raving Loony Party and others, it's like they come in dressed in, you know, some clown clothes or something like that, just to get on TV and make a mockery of a process that makes a mockery of all of us, in a sense. I'm not endorsing them as a if it sounds like it, but you know, yeah, that's their whole point. And some people vote for them, and that's it. This is the second biggest party according to the polls. Like, if an election were to be held today, or at least they get the second highest percentage. I don't know how they would do, you know, constituency by constituency, but they are basically, for the left, that has voted overwhelmingly for Keir Starmer and has abandoned him since. This is the party. This is the go-to party.
Well, it's disturbing, it's frightening, and you know, it seems, Razi, that in many ways what was considered, you know, like everything has gone more left now. And by left, I guess I mean collectivist more than anything else. You know, that notion of individualism, of your life belonging to you and your happiness being its purpose, it's just gone. It's certainly gone from those on the left wing and even on the right wing here in America today. So the more you tell me about Keir Starmer, the more disappointed I am, and the more, I guess, not surprised I am either.
Yeah, and that's, look, the problem that we have when we have such a leader who was elected, you know, with an overwhelming majority of at least seats. It was elected with such an overwhelming majority because of how bad his predecessor was, and everybody is abandoning him and abandoning the Conservative Party. There is no rational alternative, so they go to various irrational alternatives. On the right, it's Reform UK, which, you know, is only made to look sane by you know, being juxtaposed with the Green Party at the top of the polls. Like, they're not good, you know. They're but the others aren't good either, and so they become prominent. And there is no philosophical foundation for people to say, you know, to ask the questions of what's right and wrong. Actually, you know, I look at some poll that a few days ago that the Green Party was really excited by, because it showed them gaining momentum, and it showed that they're 5 percentage points behind Reform, and then the Conservative were 2 points behind the Green Party. And I thought, okay, that's better than recent polls, like 25, 20, and 18. And, you know, making up the gap from 18 to 25 and then some in 3 plus years, is more than doable. But especially since, you know, maybe in the way constituencies are built, that might be more favorable to the Conservatives. But then I thought, okay, what needs to happen, and what needs to happen for Kemi Badenoch, the leader of the Conservative Party, to become prime minister? And again, I think she's the best within the current field. She's far from my ideal candidate. The things that need to happen, first of all, she needs to be, you know, better as a speaker, not better morally. That would hurt her rather than help her. But she also needs to get worse, I think, on some of the policies. Like, what is going to get her to take some of the votes away from Reform UK? It's a more sort of overwhelmingly restrictive immigration policy, as opposed to something that would restrict immigration in rational areas, like, okay, we have a problem with Islam at the moment, so that's going to be a focus, as opposed to, immigration is the problem, and then whenever we hear anything happening and it's done by an immigrant, that's going to be a major news story, even though the exact same crime would not be a major news story. And look, I'm not expecting anybody to offer a real rational alternative. I don't know what the Green Party policy on immigration is, but I assume it's some form of what we have now, but worse in the sense that it would invite people in, but in the worst type of way. This country does not have an immigration problem. It has an Islam problem. It has a crime problem. It has a welfare problem. Those can be solved without changing anything about immigration. They can be solved even by opening the borders and saying you can come into this country. You can't take welfare, not a penny of welfare forever. Not now, not 5 years from now, not when you're a citizen, never. Problem solved. And of course, open up a market, at least to begin with, some sort of market that allows for some of this stuff to be provided outside of government. And then crime. Enforce the law. In some cases, the law isn't strict enough, but start enforcing it. Have police that doesn't look for excuses to not do their job if they're too afraid of the criminal, and have them, first of all, armed. Most cops, almost all cops here are unarmed. And the person in the chat saying, Razi pro-immigration, Razi surprises me every day. That's only because you don't listen, because I keep saying this all the time. Again, it's not even, again, I've said this, I don't consider it within the legitimate role of government to have controls over immigration. There should be controls over the border, and then, if you have a specific reason not to let an individual in, that's fine. But it has to be a real reason. Not like, I don't like their skin color. Paul, enforce crime. Yeah, that's the thing. What scares me beyond the immigration policies of the anti-immigration parties is not just the fact that they're going after something that they shouldn't go after, but it's an excuse not to do the things they should do, which is enforce the law and punish crime at every level. First of all, go after the criminals and throw them in jail when needed, and then make prisons less of a comfortable situation than they currently are. So all this is solvable. Paul says Green Party is open borders. I believe the Green Party is one of those parties that's wrong even when they're right, because again, they would. I wouldn't be surprised if they would open the border. I would be surprised if they enforce the law in terms of crime. And I agree with them, by the way, on legalizing drugs as well. But I can't imagine the way they would do it and what sort of. Sorry about the motorcycles, if you could hear them. And what sort of. So I think immigration under the Green Party would result in more problems, but it's because there would be an incentive for people to come into this country not to make a better life for themselves, but a worse life for others, because they will commit crimes because they know they can get away with it. Bonnie says, is anyone in the UK for less government? I think Kemi is probably, when we say less, it might be, I know Nikos, hopefully he's not watching because he accuses me of stealing this from him. This is a Nikos point, but if you're talking about, reducing the highest rate of income tax from 45% to 42.7%, I think the conservatives might be on board with that. Reform might be on board with that as well. Really saying we want limited government, I haven't heard that, but maybe no. And certainly not anybody who stands a chance at election. Daniel, are you talking to us?
Yeah. Somebody is surprised that Razi is pro-immigration. I mean, look at him.
Jonathan. Jonathan, if you said something, we didn't hear that either, but I saw you unmute and then mute. Anyway, Daniel, do we have a bit more of that video? Because there was a point, I think it was in that video, that I wanted to actually address.
It is time to nationalize the water companies. And all together, we say it is time to end the genocide.
Open your mind and let your love flow like the sunshine. The rivers run deep and valleys go dry like black water. Just open your heart, just open your mind and let your love flow like the sunshine. The rivers run deep and valleys go dry like black water.
Yes, London. Make some noise for the Green Party in the house. We love you, Jack. We love you, Hannah.
Romancing the Troll says it's like Cancun but less fun. I believe it is spring break right now. No, is it not? Salome says I don't often hate. I hate these morons. Yeah. Look, for me, you know, towards the end, just seeing, you know, you see the stage. You know, you see gay men. You see women in maybe not figure hugging, but you know, close enough clothing and their hair uncovered, and you see the PLO flag covering, you know, from time to time being waved there and getting into the frame. And yeah, I know this is a often repeated point, but there is something to it. And yeah, no, I have not been to Glastonbury. Although I have seen parts of a performance from last year, was it, or the year before? And yeah, looked like something I'm not likely to ever spend money on or attend if I get a free ticket. Jonathan, are you a fan of music festivals, and does this music festival make you less of a fan?
Well, was this a music festival or was it a political rally? It kind of looked more like a music festival, which is fine, but I don't know. I mean, can you imagine Ayn Rand getting up there and just like swaying around with all this tribal, well, like just the kind of mindless, everyone bobbing his and her head with this droning music going on, and just, you know, there's kind of no, that I've seen at least, thoughtful exposition or understanding of ideas. And that, you know, it's often said that, you know, Rand could face a hostile crowd at first, and then at the end of her speech, you know, she would have swayed, you know, the audience, or swayed half the audience or more. And, you know, this just seems like, you know, tribal drumming and swaying on, everyone nodding his and her head with no discussion of actual ideas at all.
Yeah, I imagine Rand, you know, if she was writing her column for the Los Angeles Times, writing about this stuff happening on stage, and I would love to read that. And yeah, I recommend, of course, if you haven't, of course, you should read. I think you know, Rand's novels and her sort of seminal essays, but the columns in the Los Angeles Times, were very good. It was very different from what she had usually done. Her essays were longer than a newspaper column typically, and even there were sometimes topical, but not as often as when you have to write a newspaper column. And I recommend checking that out. Thank you, PC, for the super chat. PC says Russia expelled a UK diplomat. Okay, I'm.
How are the diplomats to expel?
I don't know if there's. I'm sure there's an embassy there, even if there's no ambassador. There's still official relations, right? But yeah, look, as you know, I'm a big fan of not pretending, and I'm not a fan of diplomacy. Period, because diplomacy is pretense. It's not honest in the context of international relations, and yeah, if much like I've said about the Iran war, Trump keeps looking for a way out of it. And I'm glad Iran isn't giving him one. And I'm glad Russia isn't going to let us try again to pretend like they are potential allies or friends or anything like that. There's a big problem with the West not realizing which side they themselves are on. And you see the alternative is no alternative at all when you look at what we saw from the Green Party and whoever it was. Remember, this was actually, I want to go through a couple more points because they, one of their chants was tax the billionaires. The billionaires, this is breaking news maybe to any leftist watching, are taxed. And the billionaires in the UK pay more taxes in a month, presumably, Jonathan, you can tell me the math, than most of us will pay, the average person will pay in his entire life. So when they say tax the billionaires, what they mean is tax the billionaires out of existence. But what they don't understand is they just are going to tax the billionaires out of the UK. Billionaires will leave this country. They can afford the flight right before your taxes come into play, and they're already people are already leaving. We've done shows or at least segments about companies leaving when the last budget was announced, and they said in the year 2030 we're going to have the highest tax revenue. No, you're not going to have the highest tax revenue because that's not how it works, and it's never how it works. Because the people you're planning on taxing to the point where government has the highest revenue can leave and can move their companies elsewhere and will. Many of them will, and some of them already are. Jonathan.
No question there. I mean, money goes to where it's treated well. And am I right that even the Rolling Stones album Exile on Main Street was written when they left the UK because of a tax protest? The UK was trying a tax confiscation scheme, and that's why they temporarily relocated to avoid those taxes. Somebody in the super chat might have to double check me on that one, but I'm pretty sure that they left because of those punitive taxes.
Yeah, I don't know, but yeah, people let us know in the chat. And thank you, PC, for another super chat. PC says, Razi, I'd rather meet a hungry saltwater crocodile than go to Glastonbury. Well, the crocodile will be cleaner at the very least than most people you meet there. But no, sorry, come on. I'm sure there are people who both go to Glastonbury and shower. But I'm not. I'm more likely to try to count cards in blackjack than to take that bet if anybody is offering.
I'll just according to AI, in 1971, where the Rolling Stones were advised that they owed a massive amount of taxes, and due to the high tax regime in Britain, they would be left with almost no money from their earnings. So the Rolling Stones left Britain in 1971 to avoid exorbitant UK taxes, becoming tax exiles in the south of France, facing up to 90% tax rates on their earnings and a potential seizure of assets. The band moved to escape the British government's high tax demands on top earners, which directly led to recording Exile on Main Street.
Did you say they left to France? They left, the taxes were too high, so they moved to France.
1971.
Yeah, people, that's what happens. And by the way, yeah, the 70s were bad. I think from 71, Labor, if I'm not mistaken, had already lost another election afterwards. Then the Conservatives lost, and then Labor lost again. But people can correct me on that. And then Thatcher came in and really not going anywhere near far enough, fixed this country. Much like, by the way, when we were talking a few days ago about Netanyahu, when he was finance minister in Israel, his reforms were not, not anything we advocate for on this channel. But, like if this is where Israel was and this is what we advocate for, I don't know why we're on the left, but who cares? He went this far, whereas usually the direction is just going like this, outside of the frame. And Thatcher did the same. She moved a little bit in the right direction, and whoa, like all of a sudden this country was prosperous and people were better off. There was no philosophy behind, I don't know to what extent there was a philosophy behind Thatcher doing what she did. There was no philosophical understanding, certainly among the population, and no real cultural shift, except things are bad, let's vote for somebody else, and the somebody else did what needed to be done. So, yeah, that was quickly forgotten, and Thatcher's, the people... the people who write the headlines are not fans of the Thatcher way, so she's not remembered fondly, but yeah, she should be. Paul says, woo woo, look into Zach's eyes. I am okay with my current breast size. Thank you, Paul. Okay. PC says, Razi, if you had a choice of meeting Zach Polanski or Jeremy Corbyn, who would you choose? What kind of a choice, horrible, like upside down Sophie's choice is that? And no thanks. Can I choose not to choose? Yeah, no.
Well, if you choose not to decide, you still have made the choice.
Yes, but that is the rational choice, not to meet Zach Polanski or Jeremy Corbyn. Did I tell...
That's lyrics from Rush Band.
Did I tell... I've told the story of when we thought of running against Jeremy Corbyn, right?
What?
The story of in 2017 or 2019, I think it was 17, when I was considering attempting to run Amen as a candidate in Jeremy Corbyn's constituency. What?
That's a good person to run against him.
Oh, so you see it immediately, right? You see, people who haven't been watching the channel religiously don't know who Amen is, but he's been on. Last time I believe he was on was a few days after October 7th, when we did an episode titled something like "Why Do the Muslims Hate the Jews?" or something to that effect. But yeah, my point was Amen being an Arab of Muslim upbringing, to run him against Corbyn and call Corbyn a bigot and so on. So yeah, I like the idea. It never came to fruition. Maybe we'll try it again in 2030. Let us know in a super chat if you'd like to see us trolling the biggest troll there is out there. And by the way, that's the thing we would do at the time. I thought, what you need to run a candidate, I don't even remember the number of signatures. I remember the cost being £500. And I'm like, okay, we can figure that out. And this wouldn't be like the Monster Raving Looting Party. This would be a candidacy with zero chance of winning, but with it's a publicity stunt, but a publicity stunt with an intention of highlighting something that's problematic. The thing is, if Amen accidentally wins, I'm pretty sure he will quit right away and there will be an immediate by-election. But I like the idea. We can talk about it again. Maybe it's at some later point. Jonathan, maybe we can run you for mayor of Chicago, as because you remember there was a big scandal it's like months ago, right? A few months right before I was in Chicago, there was a whole scandal with the mayor spending like $21 million a year. Was that the number on his own like security or policing, whereas the city is kind of not really policed?
You know, Rozzy, that sounds vaguely familiar, but you know, I really don't like political power. I don't want it. I don't, you know, and Miss Rand draws this wonderful distinction between economic power and political power. And I'm really much more comfortable in the realm of economic power, trading with people, dealing with them for mutual benefit. You know, I don't like the idea of political power, of having it, even if I have a respect for it. It's not an area in which I really gravitate. So, and it's funny, I remember when Donald Trump was running for president, I was asked on a number of shows, you know, don't you want a great businessman in the White House? And I said, you know, I'd rather have a great businessman in business and someone in the White House who understands, you know, the beauty of the American system and the responsibility of checks and balances and the branches of government. So, yeah, I just assume let a businessman be a businessman and and stay out of the government sector,
Yeah,
if you will.
Jonathan, don't take this the wrong way. If you run for mayor of Chicago, you will not have political power because you will not win. I mean, I would vote for you, but I'm not a U.S. citizen or a Chicago resident. And yeah, people will vote for some version of whatever you have today, you know, over you, unfortunately. So yeah, so if
Well,
you do
I mean,
run, it would be like a publicity stunt.
yeah,
And a way to promote. Yeah.
right. I mean, unfortunately, you know, the ideas that I advocate for, Razi, and I think you and Daniel and many objectivists advocate for, like free trade, like the right to abortion, you know, like the right to transact and to do business. Those are not popular these days. Those are ideas that are kind of seen as they're out, even in the United States. I mean, free markets and free trade are not particularly hot concepts in America right now. So I wonder even how much attention, you know, an objectivist running for office would even get, you know, because those ideas, in particular free trade, are kind of seen as out in the States, at least in my opinion. Maybe our super chatters feel differently.
Yeah, I was gonna go to that for a second, Daniel. Where are we in terms of super chats? Although we don't have another goal, but can you quickly let me know where we are, including TC's latest super chats, which I will address in a second.
142.
Okay, Jonathan, can we put a super chat goal where you are running for mayor of Chicago? 150, 200?
Probably costs more to
well,
just sign
it
them up.
might be, yeah, it might be more difficult for that, but I'll sing Chicago, maybe Frank Sinatra's seminal version of it, if you'd like, for that amount.
All right, people, when we get to 150 pounds, Jonathan Honig will sing. By the way, those of you who weren't with us in the Clubhouse days, when we were on the app Clubhouse, have never gotten to experience did we call it the weekly objective? Was that, yeah, we have, we're not super original with the names for shows. I think we called it the weekly objective. And Jonathan would start the show before the official start time and would sing a song that was relevant to the topic of that show. And those were some great shows. I remember still the show about chocolate, where I think maybe I offended some people into canceling their memberships by my views on chocolate. So that was a show that went on for hours.
What is your view on chocolate?
Somebody said they don't like Hershey's, and I called them un-American. I think that may have been a little bit offensive.
Well, I mean, just to get in there, I have to say, I do think that Hershey, from what I've observed, has cut quality. And I'm not the only one who's noticed this. I think they use a lot more like cocoa butter or whatever other kind of stuff they do. They, and they keep it affordable, which is great. I'm just glad that as a chocolate lover, there's a lot of different options. And, call me un-American, but one of my favorites is Toblerone. I think that's Swiss. So, I'm certainly not buying American when it comes to chocolate these days. I much prefer oftentimes Swiss and European chocolates, which aren't cut with all that cocoa butter and other crap that Hershey seems to use.
My teeth hurt just at the thought of Toblerone.
It's not that hard.
It is. It's very difficult to eat that stuff. But yeah, I did walk by a branch of ARCUK. What's it called? That Swiss place where they basically break off the chocolate and you get what you get, and that's a nice one. But yeah, PC says I banned chocolate, bad for health. My son's not allowed it now. Yeah,
milk chocolate, yeah.
Yeah, I removed chocolate minus 1 cube of 90% dark chocolate a day, so which is actually supposed to be good. And Bonnie says, I remember that when I said that I called somebody un-American for Hershey's. Okay, we've talked about my humor getting me in trouble, and I think just even talking about it will
What's the joke there? I say that for people who drink like Diet Coke, I think they have like misalignment of their fundamental values. I think that's a 100% like serious statement. There's no joke there.
I don't know, but yeah, I mean, I like full sugar Coke and have unfortunately banned that from my diet as well. So tough time.
Drink Coke Zero.
No, ew. No, if I'm just gonna, first of all,
drink like 3 of them. Drink like 3 of them, and trust me, you won't be able to tell the difference.
I've had Coke Zero. I know what Coke Zero is.
3 of them in a row?
I wouldn't have 3 full sugar Coke in a row. Who has so much?
Well,
Coke?
not in a row, but like, you have 1 Coke. I have like 4. This is the thing about Coke Zero. You can drink like 6 of them a day. Like, who's stopping you?
I'm drinking green tea with honey with this amazing cup. Yeah, it's even a smaller cup as well, so it's I don't overdo the honey. Anyway, we do have a couple.
And they just brought in Slovakia Coke 0.0, so there's literally no reason to not drink it. Coke
0.0, yeah.
Zero coffee.
In the 2012 Olympics, I went to a football game in Wembley, and it ended 0-0. It was South Korea versus Gabon. I didn't like that, and I don't think I would like Coke 0.0. But I do like the super chats. Thank you, PC, for 2 of them. The second, correcting a typo in the first. The first being, Razi, I have met Corbyn 3 times. He was buddies with my late mom. I once ran away to the U.S. in 2002 in protest at my mom having him over for dinner. Yeah, PC, you need to come to our event now that we are in touch offline and tell me some of these stories in greater detail. And I do look forward to that happening hopefully soon. Daniel, I do think it's time for us to watch one more video from the NPD convention.
Well, I have to leave now. But yeah, we can watch it before.
I see that we are 1 minute ahead of schedule, and so I'm going to get out of here. The balloting co-chairs are returning, I believe. Now balloting co-chairs. There is a point. Let's hear the point on microphone 1.
I'm sorry, just real quick, point of personal privilege, I understand there's very little time and for delegates to speak, but early on the mic, it's hard as a racialized and transgender delegate to sometimes use this card and speak to somebody in front of me in line and ask, hey, this pertains to multiple intersecting parts of my lived experience. I'd like to speak. I was rejected when I talked. And it's frustrating when these are my rights being directly under attack right now in Alberta, and that a cisgender woman had spoken over me. And I understand her rights are important too. This pertains to her too, but I don't know. I hope that in the future the federal NDP will also have a broader interpretation.
Yeah, I know there's more to the video. Do you have to go right now?
A little bit.
Okay. Yeah. Men who have been uncomfortable with feminism and
women speaking.
What?
A man who has a problem with women speaking.
With general changes in from the time when women basically had no rights to where we are today. You have options. One of your options is to go full manosphere and be openly against women. Another is to be a trans woman, which means you are still a man, but you have privilege over women in the same way that women would have privilege over men. Yeah. It's fascinating how these things happen.
Yeah, I think it goes white man, black man, white trans woman, black trans woman. Then it goes trans man. No, I don't really know the categories.
Jonathan, do you know the ranking off the top of your head?
No, it almost seems like a cliched when it's when people start getting into their racial identity and gender identity and why that means so much. And, I just think of that Rand Fort Hall forum where she said, I don't remember which one it was, but she makes the point of everyone's kind of claiming his and her identities. And I think she calls herself a mutt or something to that effect. And it's just such a charming moment. I'll do my research. Maybe I can get it posted on the chat. But, everyone considers him and herself, a Chicano American or a Latino American or a Jewish American or a Black American. And, she's just a lowly American. And how wonderful a thing that is.
Okay, I actually want to address some of what PC is saying about Corbyn because I think it's important. But Daniel has to leave in a bit. Daniel, do you have time to play the rest of the video or are you gone?
I'm gone.
Okay. So when Daniel comes back, we will see the conclusion of that video. Yeah, that is a cliffhanger if ever I saw one. PC says he's a strange guy, Corbyn. If you ever meet him, you'll see what I mean. I will have to take a word for it because I don't imagine a situation where I am actually in conversation with the guy. If I happen to walk past him somewhere, we're not going to stop and say, hey, oh, Jeremy Corbyn. That's not, I've sang that before once as a joke. And unfortunately, I'm saying that now on YouTube and it'll live on forever. But yeah, I would not have a conversation with the guy. I would not shake hands with the guy. Certainly not today. A lot of the things, I was pretty clear on things before October 7th, but there are things I did before October 7th that I wouldn't do today. I think when I met Owen Jones, I did shake his hand. I'm almost certain. And I also remember that day, I was with a friend and his girlfriend, and I think maybe this was like the second time I met her because she never, came to the stuff when we were hanging out. And yeah, as we were like leaving, there was also some pro-Palestinians, and at some point I started like shouting at them. And I remember afterwards texting the friend saying, I hope the girlfriend wasn't like shocked by that, and he's like, she loved it. She thought that was the right approach to them. But yeah, now I would be unlikely to talk to these people at all. If I did, it would be a shouty rant, and I think that would depend on depending on my mood.
I get it. I get it. You're in the business of the advocacy of ideas, and with certain people, you wonder if it's even worth the effort. But that's what we're doing here every day. Is we're challenging the status quo. We are the radicals in the world of ideas, and Rand was radical, and it's why her voice is needed now more than ever.
Jonathan, I'm not going to put you on the spot and ask you to name any names, but just generally without naming names, because you rub shoulders with like some of the world's most famous people on a weekly basis. Yeah, I'm sure you've had situations where you're like, I disagree with a lot of what this person says and does, but I can have a conversation, and then move on with my life. Have you had situations where you're in the room with a Jeremy Corbyn level person, and you're like, I can't shake this person's hand. I can't say.
That's I'm wondering. Nothing is coming to mind. I can't honestly. I don't remember. There's definitely been people who I've been in a room with someone who's famous who I don't care to meet, who others are kind of angling to meet, but I don't remember ever feeling like, so like, I wouldn't be in the same room with Kim Jong-un, for example, or Putin. I wouldn't share a handshake with Putin if given the opportunity, but I don't remember anyone on that order.
What if it's like I
kinda do remember, but not necessarily shaking hand, but being very dismissive of somebody on Fox Business when Jonathan was. I don't know if I can mention it. It is on Jonathan's channel, like he put it out there.
I mean,
was it the guy from the Wolf of Wall Street?
Yes, that's what I meant.
Wait,
right. Well,
can we see that? And hopefully, the Jonathan Honig YouTube channel won't copyright strike us. But can we show that video?
No, I guess the idea was I didn't want to share the screen with who is a legitimate fraudster who bilked investors out of millions of dollars, and I think still owes restitution to investors. And I didn't want to share a screen with him and legitimize him. I'm a legitimate investor. I work with clients all over the country, and I didn't want to share the screen with this notorious fraudster and legitimize whatever advice he feels as if he wants to give or have to give. So yes, I thank you, Daniel, for reminding me. I wasn't comfortable sharing the screen with Jordan Belfort. I don't think he's legitimate and wouldn't do it today.
And he was giving advice on Bitcoin. Jordan Belfort, that is.
All right, Daniel, if Jonathan doesn't want us to share this, can you send it to me privately so I can watch it in my own free time? If it is on his channel, then that's,
Look at it privately. It's really not of much interest, I think, to the general public.
I'll do that. Okay, PC also says about Corbyn. Did I read this already? Saying he's flat. He's very flat. His personality is really flat. Yeah, I mean, I would not expect somebody who, plays a full-time scumbag in everyday life to be any type of pleasant human being. I mean, I think we talked about this when we showed Norman Finkelstein, and you imagine what it's going to be like to just, hang out with him, just have a dinner and, talk about like his favorite television show. And I can't imagine it being a pleasant experience at all. but I will never actually find out, even if I'm invited to such a dinner. Okay. Somebody else says, LOL, these idiots will never get anything done because they're all the main character and everyone needs to speak. Maybe they'll never get anything done, but they'll get into positions where they can get things done. And that's what scares me. Like, yeah, Govan says freak show, but this freak show is, like, I'm half joking when I say the leaders of tomorrow. This is the leaders of tomorrow. Daniel, can we see a bit more of that clip we started watching?
Spoken over me, and I understand her rights are important too. This pertains to her too, but I don't know. I hope that in the future the federal NDP will also have a broader interpretation of the equity cards for speakers. That's all. Thank you.
I will invite delegates to assist me in better using the card by forming a straight line behind the microphone.
Oh, you cannot say straight.
With a prominently displayed equity card. If I see speakers ahead of you who are not holding a card prominently, it would be wrong of me to guess about their gender identity, and I will come to you. This applies so far, according to your rules, for gender identities other than a dude, but it is open to us to change our rules as we like as we move forward into the bright and golden future. Thank you, friends. Let's hear the balloting co-chairs. I'm directed to...
Why are they clapping? That's extremely triggering.
Yeah, aren't you supposed to do this?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, clapping. They laughed at her use of the word straight.
Well, she stopped. Or was it because people were laughing?
I think
it sounded like
it was for comedic effect. And
okay.
Gender identification. Dude, is dude like a gender? Can you not say
I think it's
cisgendered male? I refer to female
like
as dude sometimes, but yeah.
I think that's... Well, you shouldn't. It's a dudette. It's a dudette.
That's true. All right. That is my faux pas there. I guess I would not last in that party convention.
I love it when I do like draft an email and I say, hey guys, and it's like, hey, maybe you would like to use more gender inclusive language. So I change it to, hey folks.
Really? When does it ask you that? It doesn't ask me that.
Maybe you have some like old version.
Actually, I don't say guys. I think if it's multiple people, I say all.
That's very gender inclusive of you.
Yeah, but yeah, referring to multiple people who might be, both men and women as guys is also not incorrect in the English language.
I don't know if like in it, I just know that generally people take that as like that you're referring to just, it's not inclusive enough.
Okay, let's hear the conclusion of that video.
To a point on microphone 3.
Point of information, I'm not sure if it's appropriate for me to bring a point of privilege around an emergent issue with some job loss in my workplace.
If it is impairing your ability to participate in the meeting, it is a correct point of privilege. If you'd like an announcement to be made from the stage, we can arrange for that, and then the delegates can hear it from here. Not right now.
So, okay, bring it to you.
Bring it to me.
Thank you.
We'll find a way. Good? Okay.
Did you say, can I tell you guys I lost my job? Did I understood that correctly, or?
I don't know, but losing your job if you're a cisgendered white female is not as bad as whatever other people are.
Hey, again, you're just assuming what they are.
Barney asks, what's the name of this obscenity again? This is the Is it NPD or NDP? I know that they're both of them because one is in Canadian and one is in English, but I don't remember which is which.
Democratic.
National
NDP.
Democratic Party, yeah.
New Democratic Party.
Oh, all right. Oh, yeah, national.
New, not national.
Yeah. Somebody else says, she said it with a straight face even. Yeah. Well, that's not a straight face, if you know what I mean. Anyway. Right.
And again, like, wait, oh yeah, I guess she is not straight. Because I was thinking sexual orientation is not gender, but I think if you are non-binary, you are not considered straight. So.
Somebody else
The
says,
things
look,
we choose to care about.
Yeah.
Somebody else says, look, it's insensitive for them to clap. There was one guy complaining about it. Was there actually somebody complaining about it?
About what?
The clapping.
I wouldn't be surprised. I'm surprised they did clap, so.
Okay. Had we not turned off ads, Daniel?
Oh. Well,
no.
Twice I thought about it, and twice I.
Okay. Then this will also apply tomorrow because, we aren't going to stay live for much longer, and we did reach a super chat goal, so that goal will apply for tomorrow's stream. But that means you get a longer stream with no ads because it'll be the whole stream tomorrow. Okay, let's do a quick news update. So one of the recent headlines is there's another wave of attacks in Tehran. Like, we don't know what exactly it is, but for me, that's always nice to hear that Israel is doing what's done as much as they can. And Tel Aviv has experienced a couple of sirens. 3 people were injured in accidents related to the sirens and to going to shelter. The White House spokesperson Caroline Leavitt has warned Tehran they have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, I guess is how it was said in English, because I'm reading it in Hebrew. Yeah, let's hope they don't take that opportunity. Stop giving them opportunities. How much more do you need? Seriously, you don't understand what you're dealing with here. Okay. There's some reports that Israel is coming to a realization that there will need to be a ground operation in Lebanon beyond the Litani River. And hopefully that realization doesn't have to, we don't have to, the price to getting there won't include more lives. Another Israeli soldier died, or his death was announced this morning in the operations in Lebanon. We'll talk more tomorrow about the death penalty for terrorists, and we'll try to really get to the bottom of it. And let's see. Okay. Yeah, in Israel, they're also assuming they're coming to the end of it. I'm also wondering if Trump will kind of push it because this is the 5th week, and he said this is going to take 4 or 5 weeks. Like in his opening statement, that's what he said. And Trump is not operating on. First of all, you never say that if you understand what the reason you're fighting for is. No matter what it is, it doesn't matter if you're fighting for regime change, if it's just to get rid of their ballistic missiles, if it's just to get rid of their nuclear program, if it's any combination thereof. Those are the goals, and the timeline is not a thing. Why is there a timeline? There are goals, and you will achieve them, and maybe you have a timeline in your head of how long you think it'll take to achieve it, but to say this is how long this war is going to take is problematic, and it results in things like now Trump trying to I think Trump would end it right now if he thought he could get away with the optics. And as soon as he thinks he can get away with the optics, he might end it. So let's hope Iran doesn't give him that off ramp. Somebody else says yes about the person asking for the clapping to stop. He said he suffered from some insensitivity syndrome, loud, sensitive. Yeah. Look, I don't want to be completely dismissive of all such things, but that's not something that you can say, okay, I have some sort of issue, so thousands of people need to, you can like factor that into your decision of what you do and where you go. And if if there's legitimate reasons and stuff that you can't fix about why you can't be in a super crowded area, and one of them is, the type of noise that people make, you just don't go there. And that's it. And today,
Well, but that's the privilege. What, they cannot now be involved in politics because they cannot come to these things. Which again, like I would say, and I think generally even with at least from what I've seen with like autistic people, don't specifically the ones who have problem with like audio, overstimulating, don't they almost always have headphones? I always see them with headphones or some kind of device that is muting the sound from outside. When I sleep, I'm using like earplugs just because I like to completely eliminate this sound. And there are instances when I was thinking about taking those earplugs like just outside in public, or sometimes when I go to the public, I found or specific areas, I found the sound like way too annoying or way too disturbing. So
yeah, that's legitimate. I've also slept with earplugs. What I haven't done is petition the government to ban cars and even motorcycles because it's loud sometimes. Or demand that everybody else. But again, to look at these people and try to try to calculate what's the worst thing about them is its own difficult thing. PC says, Razi, I said to someone on Tottenham Court Road today who wanted to stop me to talk about some nonsense or other, free Iran as I walked by, LOL. PC, I am worried about all these interactions that you always tell us about, because some of these people are, dangerous. I mean, I don't know if it's at Tottenham Court Road. I can assume it's somebody trying to sell you some sort of charity, guilt you into supporting whatever cause that they have. But I'm glad you didn't support it, and I'm glad you are supporting our work, which I'm going to say, whoever it was fundraising at Tottenham Court Road is that is probably a much less worthwhile cause than this one here. So, okay, people, we are running out of time here, and Jonathan left. Does he know we have a super chat goal where he sings? I was just about to say, if anybody, but yeah, there can be no super chat goal where I sing. So if you meet that goal and we don't have Jonathan back, then that will have to wait until next time Jonathan is on. Okay, we gave a news update. So Daniel, do we have another video from the Canada thing?
Nope.
Oh. Wait, didn't I send you a bunch of stuff?
You sent me, but other stuff.
Oh. Well, I don't remember what it was. I do remember I was making bolarazi, and it took me until 2 a.m. So I sent you a bunch of stuff. Stayed up later than usual last night. Surprised me. Although I sent it to you. Let's see what else we have. Oh, the Cenk Canary Mission one. I kind of like that, although I don't like they're editing it into something so short. But let's go with that. I did send you that, right?
Group called. I want to play you a clip, which is what one anti-Semitism campaign group called Canary Mission have highlighted. They say that you flopped from calling out anti-Semitic tropes and stereotypes to now perpetuating every one of them against Israel. Let's take a look.
Oh, who do you think is really the one responsible? They always say the Jews, because they think, oh, they're the puppet masters. There's anti-Semitic tropes, etc., right? Puppets for Israel. Puppet regimes, Israeli puppet. Yo, you guys like your money. I mean, you can't get any more anti-Semitic than this.
Okay.
Owe me more money. You owe me more money. Give me money. Give me 310 billion isn't enough. The Jews own the media, right? So that's the anti-Semitic trope. This is a control of our media by Israeli forces.
Now, Cenk, when you watch that, there does seem to be shifting sands between what you're saying originally and what you then say.
Absolutely not. First of all, of course, Canary Mission, I'm really glad you brought them up. So there are these Israel First thugs in this country.
The point they make about the anti-Semitic tropes is simply that, as that mashup showed earlier, you used to be one of the people who would be very quick to point out the problem of people falling into the trap of reciting anti-Semitic tropes, blaming the Jews for controlling the media, controlling politicians, and so on and so on. And now you seem to have moved to a place where you're openly doing that yourself with conviction.
Okay, Daniel, what I sent you on Slack is, I don't know if you can find it, but I think if you look just for that, yeah, this is the first thing I thought now when I saw it, although I should have thought about it yesterday when I saw it. But yeah, he's literally saying, oh, you found it. Have you found the video?
Maybe.
Is this when Trump is being, not Trump, Mr. Garrison is being asked this at a like interview on television?
Guess we'll see.
Okay, people, this is not one F-bomb here or there. This is hide your kids if you're about to listen to this. But yeah, this is very much, if it's the right clip, very much what this Cenk moment reminded me of.
The following segment might not be suitable for young audiences.
Or mature ones.
Yeah.
Tom, the political activist, is going around the country to get support for his agenda. And Mr. Garrison, you believe the immigration problem is easy to solve. Yes, f them all to death. Let's make this country great again. And when you say f them all to death, what are you actually suggesting be done? I'm suggesting we round them all up, pull down their pants, and f them until their spirits leave their bodies.
Okay, this is not it. This is not it. The segment was, it should appear in one of the search results, where he is being asked something in an interview, and then he gives an answer, and then they show a segment.
Okay, let's check out this one.
Oh my God, I can't hear a word. Wait. It is this one, but if you can find it in actual people, when we get it, it'll be worth it. I mean, look, this you know, we did this, of course, with that video that we surfaced of Tucker talking about Pat Buchanan and his anti-Semitism, and everything Tucker said applies to today's Tucker. With Cenk, first of all, I think there's less of a time difference between the videos. But yeah, Cenk, you know, is saying this is what anti-Semites do. And then there's a video, and the Canary Mission did very well in the editing there. Here's a video of like you saying what anti-Semitism is and giving a specific example of the form which it takes, and then being that form of anti-Semitism. And then asked about it, he's like, oh, Canary Mission, they're Israel first. It's your words. It's your words in both parts of that video.
I think this is the best thing we can get.
Immigrants and enemies by personally f***ing them all to death. How do you plan to actually achieve that? Well, Matt, I don't think I said I would f*** them all to death. Okay, well, let's roll the tape on that. Oh, sure, okay. Well, There's only one immigration policy that I believe in, and that's f them all to death. F them all to death. Let's make this country great again. F them all to death. And then I'm going to take all the drug pushers in our country, and I'm going to f them. I already know those people in Syria. I'm going to f them. That's why I will make sure that every terrorist on earth is dead. Leaders of North Korea, I'll f them all. Yeah. Criminals in our jails, dead. A day after I die. Those ants that are trying to kill us, I'll f anyone in the advertising business. They'll all die too. So by our estimates, it's roughly 7.6 million people you have promised to f to death in your first year of office. Okay. And you think that's achievable? I do, Matt. I mean, I'm not going to just get elected, and look like a jackass.
Yeah, Cenk, you're not going to get elected, nothing to worry about there, but you already look like a jackass every time you open your mouth, even when it's not alongside a video of you opening your mouth years ago. Yeah, that is very nice to see people doing that, and very nice to see Cenk being confronted with it, and not even somehow just sticking with what you currently are saying and taking back what you said in the past, because you can't do that. But yeah, you were being very specific about the forms of anti-Semitism, and now you are being very specific about being those different forms. Daniel.
I mean, what's going on right now is because, like, he doesn't believe he's anti-Semitic, of course. So, like, for those two things, and I haven't seen the Piers Morgan segment, so maybe we could watch it at some point. But what's happening is, yeah, but basically, like, earlier he said, like, if these people, or if people say this, like, anti-Semitic trope, it's anti-Semitic tropes. But because he's not anti-Semitic, he cannot say anti-Semitic things, despite the fact that he's saying the exact same things, like Jews control the media. Well, he might say Israel, right? He doesn't say Jews, he says Israel, which makes it okay. But he is doing the same kind of anti-Semitic tropes, and yeah, he's able to escape it because nobody really cares that much about anti-Semitism. Like, you think Piers Morgan cares about, like, anti-Semitism? Again, it's like, even like saying anti-Semitism is yeah, I mean, people fundamentally don't really care that much. It's just a convenient way to take credibility from some people, but now you cannot really take credibility from somebody by saying they're anti-Semitic, because most people are. I mean, most people always were. They were just less accepting of it.
Okay, I think that's a good place to not this very moment, but a good topic to wrap up on, which is most people being anti-Semitic, and specifically one of the most prominent anti-Semites in America today, one who has risen to prominence for his anti-Semitism, is Dave Smith. And as a Jew, he was back on with his BFF Joe Rogan a few days ago, and here he is shilling for the Iranian regime.
This is what Donald Trump said when he launched this war. He said, this is a regime change, and I'm calling on the great people of Iran to rise up. And they did. They rose up by at least the hundreds of thousands. They were.
Wait. Pause, and then please go back to where we were, because it took Dave. He just talked very fast, so I think it took him less than 2 seconds there for the first lie. Donald Trump never said this was a regime change war. Again, people who criticize Trump, there's so much to criticize him about. Why are you lying? Like, why do you need to lie? There's enough with the truth that is problematic with Trump. Of course, even from, I think, whatever Dave Smith's perspective is, there is enough. He never said, he did say that people will rise up at the end, or the people should rise up, and that would be their best chance for a generation for regime change. But no, he never said that this military operation is for regime change.
Iran to rise up. And they did. They rose up by at least the hundreds of thousands. They were out in Tehran in defense of the regime, chanting death to America. Because it turns out when you kill 165 little girls, that doesn't make a country go, we love you. Thank you for that.
But before the bombing, there were people.
Okay, so this is, we saw this when he was debating Mark Pellegrino, and he throws out all these data points, some of which are complete lies that he may have come up with himself. He may have read on 4chan or Electronic Intifada or any of the sites that he frequents. And, some of it is, something that he completely misrepresents. And that's just the way he does it. So hundreds of thousands came out for the regime. Sometimes slaves do what their masters force them to do. That is not a thing you point to say, look, the slaves want to be slaves. They came out and said how much they love it. No, they have a gun to their head. That's why they're out protesting. And this, of course, throwing the 160 schoolgirls thing, that's what these people have to hang on. Remember, show me how many times any of these people are talking about the people slaughtered by the Iranian regime compared to them talking about the faulty intel, the operation based on faulty intel that resulted in the deaths of civilians on the side of a country that, again, slaughters its own civilians. And I can tell you when you will hear about some of these people talking about the slaughter of Iranian protesters later on in this video, in this short clip of the video from Joe Rogan. Let's play some. Daniel.
On the streets that were protesting, and people were killed because of that. A lot. That's the other thing, is that regime is like they clamp down, and they do it with public figures. They killed a very prominent wrestler from Iran.
They claimed he killed a few cops. That's what the Iranian regime said he was being hung for. Now, I don't know.
The wrestler?
Yeah, the wrestler. Donald Trump, when he...
Okay. Observe the pattern with Dave Smith. Look, yeah, we heard about the wrestler, but just to be fair, let me give you the side of the regime doing the slaughtering. I'm not going to give you, when I talk about 160 girls being killed, I'm going to give you the stuff that I'm pulling out of my ass, which is this is on purpose because America is evil. I know how disappointed these people were that it wasn't Israel, because it's so much more fun to say Jews are killing civilians. Owen Jones did and still hasn't taken it back. But yeah, look at how he comes back immediately with actually, the Iranian regime killed this 19-year-old in self-defense. Daniel?
Launched this war, and there's been a whole lot of just false claims that have been made. But he said specifically that they killed 32,000 protesters. There has not been a shred of evidence presented to back up this claim. The last I had seen was that, I know they were saying, the government of Iran, this is before the Ayatollah was killed, they were saying it was something like 3,000 people had died.
Iran protest death toll could top 30,000, and this is from Time magazine.
I've just seen this movie play out a lot of times. You gotta be really careful about these accusations that are made in the run-up to a war. They're basically saying we have...
Really, Dave? You have to be really careful about these accusations. When have you ever been really careful about the murderers with GoPro cameras who give you a death toll that tells you how big a victim they are of murder? The people who, again, broadcast, celebrated, and your side cheers them on, celebrated mass murder when they tell you how many of their people were killed. Are you really careful, or are you just careful when the Iranian regime, again, Dave's response to the numbers that we know of how many people were slaughtered by the Iranian regime is no. The Iranian regime says it's only 3,000. By the way, Dave, what would you say if the United States killed 3,000 people in the No Kings rally yesterday or the day before? Or if Israel, there weren't 3,000 people protesting in this protest against Israel's part in the war, but there were, let's say there had been in Israel had killed 3,000. Like, how is this a defense? And it's a defense for the sake of defending them, because when it's the Iranian regime, when it's the slaughterers of their own people, it's a country where gays are thrown off of buildings where women are not considered human, then Dave Smith will defend them no matter what. And when it's a country that respects rights to any extent, Dave Smith will condemn them no matter what, and will pick out any data point that anybody offers from wherever they choose to bring it, and use that as part of his case against that country. This is truly an evil, despicable person, and like, you can cut out any 10-second portion of Dave Smith talking about anything in the past couple of years since I have had the misfortune of hearing about him, and it's always it's 10 seconds is enough to see how evil this person is. But we have more than 10 seconds. By the way, Daniel, if you want to jump in at any point, go ahead. I'm doing most of the talking, but
I don't.
All right,
Don't
then
do
let's
this
hear
yet.
Dave.
A source who told us this.
Time was unable to independently verify
Yes.
these figures.
Listen, the claim being made here, right, is that look, in this, they said in 2 days, 30,000 people were killed.
Mhm.
If that is true, that is up there with one of the biggest massacres in human history. You know, I saw a bunch of the Zionists online when this was first coming out back in January. They were like, oh my God, they've already killed half as many people as died in Gaza in just a couple days. And you're like, right, that's a hell of a claim. But there were pictures that came out. All I'm saying is that if you had numbers like that, you would expect there to be some evidence that you could point to. And there's like one picture where they've pointed to like a couple dozen body bags and been like, see, look at this. I'm very skeptical of these claims when they're made right before we launch a war. There were police stations that were burned. There were mosques that were attacked. These were not just peaceful protests.
In the past,
Okay.
agencies, our intelligence.
Okay. Let's so first he disputes the claims. He claims this is the propaganda of the countries that you don't want to believe, like the United States of America, rather than the countries you do want to believe, like Iran, which is the country he clearly believes, because he gives you, again, the 19-year-old wrestler he killed a bunch of cops, so it was self-defense to kill him. 32,000? No, it was just 3,000. What's the big deal? And again, he's so. This is the thing. This is kind of a consistent thing with this type of anarchist, which is like their ideology put into practice would lead to some very bad form of totalitarianism. Which one would depend on which totalitarian managed to kill more of the other would-be totalitarians and other actual peaceful people. But yeah, Iran is the ideal state in a way for the anarchists of Dave Smith's style. And yeah, of course, he is also kind of saying, he's not just saying it's not 32,000, it's 3,000, because that's what the Iranians told us, not the Americans. But he also says they deserve it because they weren't peaceful. They weren't peaceful protesters. So they deserved it. They deserved to be slaughtered, and it's only 3,000 of them that were slaughtered. So what's the big deal? Thank you, Salome, for the super chat. Salome says Princeton got a C for anti-Semitism, F 2 years ago. Yeah, I think we may have covered Princeton at some point during the campus intifada. Daniel can remind me, although a couple of days ago I was looking through our playlist, and I remember the campus intifada one has like 30 videos on it, right? We did like 30 shows. Maybe some of them are shorts, but anyway, let's watch them.
Agencies have engaged in nefarious practices where we have conscripted certain people to go and light things on fire and blow things up and create these events to accelerate.
Front page of the Jerusalem Post, they were bragging that there was Mossad within the protests. We're in this situation where we're already in a quagmire. It's already like over a dozen Americans have died. I think a couple hundred wounded at this point. Israel isn't given real numbers on what's going on there, but there's some pretty substantial damage, and definitely some Israelis have died, and I'm sure thousands of Iranians have died at this point. It's cost, I mean, Pete Hegseth has just asked for $200 billion. I don't know if it'll get up to costing that much, but this thing is certainly already in the tens of billions if you consider munition, military movements, and then just the damage to embassies and bases and stuff like that. I mean, this thing is already a disaster.
Yeah, so Dave does this combination of stuff that he does, which is justifying the kind of regimes that he wants to see win such wars, and then tell us things that are not. So look, this goes together very well, and this is why he says both things at once. Israel is lying to you. The videos you see, on this channel when Iyar is on walking through the street with Tel Aviv in the background, that's all lies. Actually, there's damage. The numbers they give you, the death tolls, the actual names and faces. I don't know if these are fake names and faces. If Israel puts all the hundreds or thousands of people who die every day, their names into the hat and pulls a couple out and say, okay, today we're going to say that these people are dead and they're the only ones dead. I don't know how these people work it in their minds, but I don't think they actually work it in their minds. It doesn't matter in their minds. I'm sure Dave Smith knows that he's full of shit. Like he's not mistaken there. He's lying. He's lying through his teeth, and he's lying when he talks about Israel and America. He's lying when he's saying everything they say is lies, and he's lying when he says essentially, not in so many words, but essentially everything the Iranian regime says is the truth. Dave Smith lies the whole time, and look at Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan is as an intellectual, an embarrassment. He's not an intelligent man. He's not a thinker. He's not active-minded in any way. So at some point he pushes back a bit, and he's like, "Oh man, hang on. You're saying that they didn't kill 32,000?" But look, the Times says, but then, oh no, it's not verified. Yeah, and they already lied about a bunch of things. Like he does this always. Dave Smith, Joe Rogan moves to the position of the person he's interviewing so frequently that and somebody else says in the chat, wow, Dave Smith is actually an expert on everything. Who would have thunk it? And for the Joe Rogans of the world, he is the expert on everything. Like he's sitting there, really, really in this amazement of a child listening to an adult explain things that the child doesn't know or things, let alone have an explanation. And this affects the audience, by the way. This people in his audience, it's not, again, it wouldn't affect the best and brightest, but it will affect the people who then take to the streets or attack Jews wherever they attack Jews. It has an effect, and they both know it, and that's why they do it. Thank you, Jonathan, for the super sticker. Which brings us closer to the super chat goal of Jonathan singing, which I hope will happen. If it happens like in the next couple of minutes, it can happen today. If somehow we meet that goal and it doesn't happen today, it'll happen tomorrow. But yeah, the latest news update that I've seen is that according to the FBI, the terrorist attack in Temple, Israel, in West Bloomfield was done, was inspired by Hezbollah. Okay. I mean, we know the guy grew up in a Hezbollah family. His brother was killed, right, in some operation by Israel, and then he decided, now it's my turn. So yeah, America, Britain, the West, remember, we have to fight the enemy in Iran, in the Middle East, but we have to fight the enemy within as well. We are going to continue to advocate for that. We're going to continue to encourage people to help move the culture in the right direction so that, yeah. Daniel, do you want to show that? I don't know what it is, but I see it here in the backstage, and it looks like something that might be a better way to wrap up than Dave Smith. Who is this before we hear from him?
Not sure, haven't seen him before. It's called Jason Comedy on TikTok. I watched a little bit of it. It was pretty funny.
All right, let's take a look.
I would like to buy a burrito. And in that burrito, I would like ketchup, I would like chocolate chips, and if you have them, some grapefruit. And if you do not have this burrito with ketchup, with chocolate chips, and with pieces of grapefruit, I will not be supporting your establishment. In the same way, I will not support the apartheid genocidal regime of the Israeli government and the way it treats its Palestinians both in and out of Gaza and the West Bank. Now, on October 7th,
I have to say, if I had just heard that, I would have. You could get me to believe that that is his actual voice. I don't know if I would believe that he's ordering a burrito with chocolate chips, but it's Finkelstein. So yeah, that voice is spot on, and the cadence as well. Well done. What's his name again, Daniel? I'm so bad with names.
Jason Comedy.
Jason Comedy, thank you. Keep them coming. We need some comedy in between, the stuff that Salome has some criticism for Jason Comedy, saying he was talking too fast. It depends. You would think with a burrito, Finkelstein would speed it up, but yes, that's not how he explains things typically. It is faster. All right. Parting thoughts, Daniel?
I have no parting thoughts after today.
Well, I have some parting thoughts, which is, look, we can and will continue to be worried about the latest statements from Trump, from Caroline Leavitt, from especially when J.D. Vance opens his mouth. Don't get me started. Like, that guy really does want the war to end, regardless of what it means for the future. Ironic, because what does he actually think is going to happen when he's president? So, yeah, which I assume that is his plan. So yeah, we will keep being here every day of the war. We'll be here every day after the war as well, encouraging the West to fight the enemies abroad and within. We appreciate those of you joining us here in the chat. It has been a very good super chat day. Thank you for all the super chatters, especially Exnielo with €100 super chat, which got us pretty quickly over that £100 super chat goal. So thank you all. Yeah, we will see you back here tomorrow and every day. Yes, no ads tomorrow. We will find a way to motivate people to super chat. We need to come up with a few good goals, and they can start at 50 rather than 100. So yeah, we'll do that, and yeah, we will continue to cover this war until the total victory, whether it is done out of Trump's desire to win or whether it is done out of Iran's refusal to let Trump not win. Yeah, we will see you back here tomorrow.